control. We're taking our power back. Religion is mind control. What did the script say? And the government shall be upon his shoulders. What does that mean? You should control your own mind. Your mind is upon your shoulders, right? The Bible, psychological truth. The Bible is all about consciousness, awareness, the mind, your thoughts, which are the words, how you communicate, whether you communicate with vocal cues or non-vocal cues, whether it's emotional, whether it's however you communicate, the written word, whether you sculpt, paint, sing, however you communicate, that's thought. And your thoughts are things. But mostly we as human beings communicate with words. So when people tell you that you're not your thoughts, why do you think that you're experiencing what you're experiencing? You think it's just happenstance? No, it's because of the way you think. Because if you all you got to do is test it out. You could prove it to yourself. Decide to think differently and see what happens. Hello, welcome everyone. Hi, hello, I am Tam. Happy Friday. Hello, Spam Likely. Long time no see. Welcome. Grand Rising, Quiet Storm. How are you? Welcome. And so on this platform, we do not argue or debate anyone's beliefs. You get to keep your truths. They're working for you. Why would you change it, right? But we on this side of the world and this reality, we know that we create our reality with our thoughts and that no one is coming to save us. No one, even with all the talk of Jesus and Allah and all of these other deities that people subscribe to, at the end of the day, the people know that it is their thoughts, their actions, their beliefs is why the world is the way it is. Because they love to tell you about free will, right? Well, God gave you free will. He doesn't want to make you love him. Yeah, but he going to burn you if you don't. Like, make it make sense. What you mean? He's not going to make me love him, but if I don't, he's going to scorch me for eternity. Like, so that means he wants to make me love him. Because if there's an alternative to that love, then he wants to burn me for eternity, says Christianity and Islam. Like, what? And then try to tell me that's love. Then they try to convince us that they gaslight us by telling us that that's love. Love me or go to hell. It's your choice. You get to decide. You get to choose. You get to use your free will to love God or not. And if you don't, hell is your alternative. That's not a choice. That's not a choice. Like, what? That's not a choice. It's not a choice. Hello, good morning. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the support. Hello, Mr. Ronnie. Good morning. Woo! I know, isn't it glad? It's wonderful to be free. Yes, isn't it? Isn't it wonderful to be free? Yes, me too. I've made so much more progress, have much more money to enjoy, much more time to enjoy, right? When you're in religion, especially those Pentecostal religions, they take your life. They want you Tuesday, Friday, Sunday, and then they want revivals, and then they want shut-ins, and then they just want so much. It's always some program, right? It's always something going on with the church to keep you in the church, to keep your mind on everything but on how to better yourself, how to love yourself. Because it's not a lot about loving you, it's about loving something other than you, right? And giving your attention to something outside of you and being in this limbo state, in this hopeless state. But yeah, free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last. And who's God? I am. No, the God, that Bible is telling you that I am God. That's the name of God for all throughout eternity. Grand Rising. Hello, Noye. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Double tap the screen. Share the lives. Like the lives. I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. So I am on both streaming platforms. On TikTok, it's Prosperous Living with _T. On YouTube, it's Prosperous Living with Toya. You can go over to Instagram and follow me, Prosperous Living with _TJ. It will be soon, just _T. But I had another Instagram account, and I was using that account, but I deactivated that so I could just use my main account. Is _T. But for right now, for like the next 2 weeks, it'll be _TJ, and then it'll be _T. And then we also have a Facebook group, Prosperous Living with Toya. You could go over there and you can share your thoughts, ask questions. I don't get too many questions over there about manifesting, but if you have questions regarding manifesting, come to it. It's a private group. It's about 350 of us, somewhere around there, around that number. You can share your favorite books, your favorite quotes, your favorite videos, things that inspire and enlighten. Anybody that wants to share a video, I decline videos that are not inspirational, that is not reminding you of who you are. I don't care what the world doing. The world wants your mind, but you got to tell it no. So I don't care about what they're talking about, aliens, and I don't get time. You are an alien. We are an alien to this plane. We came to experience. We created this plane. We're having a dream world. This is a dream state, right? So I don't have anything with fear mongering and all of that. No. We're not doing that. I had enough fear mongering when I was in the church. Well, I don't got time for that. And news, I don't watch the news for that reason. I don't watch the news. I don't need to know what's going on in their world. I just need to create my own. And that's what this book is telling us. The Bible is telling us to create our heaven here and now. What made me think like this? That's the question on YouTube. I started questioning some of the teachings. Because I left Christianity back in like 2008, 9, somewhere in there. And it was brought to my attention that some of the teachings of Paul and of Christ do not align when they're taken literally. When you take, and that's how the church teaches it. The church teaches the Bible as a history book. It's not a history book. It's actually a psychology book. But when taught from a literal lens, and you look at the teachings of Paul and you look at the teachings of the Christ, they do not align, because Paul was establishing a church and Christ was establishing a kingdom. Not the same. Not the same. If you're taking literal, right? Christ was telling you about the kingdom that is now. If you take Paul's teachings literal, he's talking about a Christ that's going to return. You got the Revelations talking about a war on a plane. The God's gonna come back. Armageddon. It's such a human perspective when actually, just think for a moment. If you're saying God is all powerful, all knowing, and everywhere present, what does the sense of an Armageddon even make? It doesn't make sense, because since God is the spirit that gives breath, that animates life, that without God's breath, there would be no life. Why would God need to fight? Why would there need to be an Armageddon? God could just simply withdraw the breath, and the fight would be over. There wouldn't be no fight. There wouldn't even be a fight. Because if you don't have breath, there's nothing you can do in this body. Without the breath, there is no animation of this body. Without consciousness, without awareness. So God could just take the breath, and then that's it. So where do we get this Armageddon, this fighting, this God, this Jesus going to come back with his army of angels and going to come back? Why would God need to fight men? It makes no sense. So that means it has to mean something else. That's what you have to start questioning. It can't mean that if we're going to put on our thinking caps. Remember, we were in school and your teachers would tell you, put on your thinking caps. Let's put on our thing. Let's think a little bit. Let's think this out. It doesn't make sense when you think about it more, right? Instead of just taking what our pastors, well, your pastors, not my pastors anymore. But when I was in the church, when I was in the church, what the pastors, with the clergymen, with the bishops, what all these people would tell us, and they were just telling us to control our behaviors, right? And I get it. We want an explanation for life, and that is the most primitive explanation for life. But there is a more advanced way of thinking, and not to be so primitive in our thought. It's time to come up higher and let go of that primitive way of thinking. You need to take yourself. What is a witch? Do you even know the definition of a witch? Because originally the word meant wise woman. It's amazing how Christians, when they don't agree, or any religious person don't agree with what you're saying, they always reduce everything to a name calling. You're a devil, you're a witch, you're a warlock. It always has to be a name call. They always have to, and they think that you're going to be offended by it because, ooh, you call me a witch. Oh, you hurt my feelings. Not like when you know who you are, this stuff just don't bother you because you know that most people are asleep to their truth, and that is okay. Because here's the thing, I'm not here to argue your belief. If it works for you, you get to keep it. If it works for you. Double tap the screen, 10K the easy way on TikTok. We have a panel. You get to call in on the panel on TikTok once we reach 10,000 likes, and we can have a discussion about deconstructed from Christianity, as well as manifestation, because the Bible is a manifestation book, right? It is telling you how to use your mind to create the reality that you would like to experience here on this third dimensional plane. Make sure to like the live and share the live on TikTok, on YouTube as well. Hello, everyone on YouTube. I am streaming on both platforms. YouTube, Prosperous Living with Toya, and TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. You can follow me on IG as well as Facebook. My links are in the bio. The link tree is in the bio. Christianity is a real thing. Yes, when you understand that you are the Christ, I agree with that. A true Christian is those who know that Christ that was to come is the awareness of self, not a man born 2,000 years ago. Every being born of woman is the mystery, says Paul, God manifested in the flesh. He's talking about you. It's not talking about some being. We're not here. Jesus did not look for worshipers. Jesus, the point of that main character in the Gospels was to remind you of how great you are, not for you to worship his greatness. But that's what religion tells you. Religion tells you, I don't care what brand of Christianity you subscribe to, they tell you that that book is about somebody that was born of a miraculous birth. They tell you that this book was all about the miraculous birth of one person born 2,000 years ago. That's not what that book is about. No. Nope. Didn't happen. Yep. I'm not looking for a sign, but you know who want a sign? Christians. Christian always want signs. They're always saying, prove it, show me, show me. Christians are the the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the scribes of the day that Jesus spoke about, that main character in the Bible spoke about. Now, when I refer to Jesus, I'm not saying that he existed in time and space. I'm saying it was put in the mouth of that character. So when I quote Jesus, know that I'm just quoting the script, and it was put in the mouth of that character. It would be no different if I was quoting Shakespeare and quoting Othello or Romeo and Juliet. or Caesar. No different. No different if I was quoting Harry Potter book, and I said, well, Harry Potter said in one of his books that blah 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 zig. That's exactly what I'm doing with the Bible. When I say that Saul said, or Paul said, or Isaiah said, or Jeremiah said, understand, I'm just saying it was those characters were made to say this by the writer, those who wrote the script, and they decided to title it and say that this character was made to say this. No different than watching a movie and watching Peter Parker talk. And I say, well, Peter Parker, do you know in the movie Spider-Man, Peter Parker said, Blase Skippy. Yeah, same thing. Hey, Bonsai, welcome, welcome. Yep. What made me leave Christianity? I recognize that the Bible is not a literal history book; it's a psychology book. What first led me to it is I perceived that the writings of Paul, the Pauline doctrine, and the Gospels did not align. That Paul was setting up a church and Jesus was talking about a kingdom, not the same. And you can agree with that. Jesus never talked about a church. He talked about the kingdom of God. And Paul only talks about the church. He talks about the duties of the people in the church. He's sending letters to different churches. He's telling you about the Christ that is to come, making this, if you take it literal, it makes it sound like it's something that hasn't already happened, to make it sound like it's a future event. And it's only a future event to those who are asleep, right? The Christ that was to come is the awakening of the Christ mind. For those, it is still yet to come. Christ still has not arisen in the mind of the sleepwalker, the unbeliever, right? That's why Paul is made to quote the Old Testament. Awake, O thou that sleeps, arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee life. When you awake out of your slumber of thinking that the world is against you, is opposing you, and you awaken to the power that's within you, that's the Christ that has returned. That's the Christ you have been waiting for. The awareness of self, the awareness of the power that's in you. Yes. Oh, I love that, Marvelous. That's it. If Christians really interpreted what they read, they wouldn't worship. That's it. That's it. Yep, that's it. Double tap the screen. 10K the easy way on TikTok. That's when I allow those who want to come up and have a conversation. And we don't argue, we don't debate. We're not here to proselytize, to convert, to persuade or dissuade. If Christianity works for you, or any religion works for you, I'm not here to take it away from you. I couldn't, even if I tried, because all it's going to do is be in a back and forth, a back and forth, a back and forth. You're going to perceive it as a literal interpretation, and I'm going to see it as psychological. So we're just going to be on two different sides of the fence, and that's okay. See, I'm okay with you not accepting the Bible as a psychology book. The problem is most Christians are not okay that I am not a Christian, because they think everybody should be a Christian. They don't accept that people get to use their free will not to be Christians. They think everyone's free will should be used to be a Christian. And just like Islam thinks the free will should be to be a Muslim. And then, Jewish people, they don't care if you become a Jew or not. They don't really care if you accept their God or not. So they know they got on their side, and they cool with God blessing them and raining down the blessings upon them, and they don't care if you rock with their God or not. They don't really care. They would love to just have God all to themselves. They don't care if you become a Jew. They don't care. Because they don't believe in a hell either. They don't teach hell. They know that's a Christian thing. That's a Christian and an Islamic thing. That's not that's not their way. They know Sheol is the grave. That there's nothing to them, there's nothing beyond the grave. Like once you go into the grave, that's it for you. Life ends. It's finito. That's the end of the story. That's it for you. Yes, either you in or you not. Yep. Heaven or hell is the state of mind. Hey, warrior. What's going on? Okay. Thank you, warrior. Okay. I thought you can convert to Judaism, though. I thought you could be adopted as Judaism into the Jewish family, right? But again, I'm not up on it. I don't know the ins and outs. I'm just thinking of when I watched Sex and the City, when which character was that? The dark brunette, the one that was really the real prissy one who had the really loving marriage, and her husband was a Jew, and she converted before they became married. Not, I don't know Samantha. No, Samantha's the blonde one. Carrie, Samantha. Oh, what is her name? Charlotte. Thank you, Mia. Hey, thank you. All right, Charlotte converted to Judaism, right? So, but again, that's TV. I don't know how true that is. You know, I know TV is for entertainment purposes. So, how you doing, Mia? How you doing, beautiful? But that's it. The Bible is psychological truth. None of those things in that Bible ever happened in time and space. Not to say that wars don't happen, because we know they do, but we know that our current reality, you know, was in our history books. A lot of what they did, they wanted to mimic what happened in the Bible, right? So you have people that come along and say, well, if God can give Israel land and slay every other being that's in the land just to make sure that they get it, well, that's what's happening. That's where imperialism, colonialism comes from, because they looked at that script and took it literal and like, well, we can just call it manifested destiny. We're manifesting our destiny, that we're supposed to own land all over the world. And since God did it for them, well, certainly God will do it for us, right? And then, and like many people point out, they don't really care about the people that they're conquering. Who they conquered, they didn't consider them in their need to conquer the planet. But those of us who awaken on the third dimensional plane, that awaken on the planet, we recognize we're just here to experience this thing we call life and create our heaven here and now. And we are not subjected or under the law of man anymore, right? We know that if we decide that we should experience a thing, that we're not here to conquer anyone, to rule over anyone, to take from anyone, to, you know, manipulate and control anyone. We know that we're here to be the light, to show people what love looks like, because they haven't been seeing it too much, right? And we are to let our light so shine that when men see us coming, they say, oh, there's light, there's love, there's peace, there's joy. That there is a God in the world because they see you. You want to show people what love looks like, what life looks like, what peace looks like, what joy looks like, right? That's the point. That's why you awaken. To show, to allow the light to shine in a dark place. Because where light is, darkness cannot prevail. Okay. They said, all right, marvelous. That's what's up. Does it matter what happens when you die? Stop focusing on what happens when you die and focus on what happens while you're living. Because all you have is now. And that's why people can't live, because they're so focused on what happens after they, and religion has gave you an answer. Unfortunately, it isn't a loving one. The answer is love God and you go be with him, or don't accept their God and you go in separation of him and you get to burn forever. Okay, that's an answer. See, I know the scripture tells you that there is no death, that the body returns back to the circle of life, the stardust. We are stardust. We return back to the dust, back to this plane. That's where the body goes. But you have a body, you're expressing a body. You are spirit and the body is spirit in physical form. This is how you see spirit through you, right? Because the spirit, the true you, is invisible. That's the you that never dies. It is eternal, and it just goes on to another expression, whatever that is. And since no one really knows, because this life is about experience, and everyone's going to have their own experience about what happens after this life, after this third dimensional experience. And so you have many people say, well, you return to consciousness and you awaken back to the God state, and then you choose another expression of life that you would like to have. And then some people say, no, you stay on the wheel of recurrence and you keep coming back and experiencing life after life after life until you awaken. And then once you awaken, you break that cycle, that wheel of occurrence, and then you go and do something else. Whichever one suits your fancy. What I know doesn't happen is that the soul or the spirit is not going to burn for eternity. That's something I do know. That's not something a loving creator, a loving God, a loving being would ever do. So that's what I know is not true. Because how could a soul burn? Right? So all right, 10K. Hey, the artist, welcome. Say our soul is he. All right, so who's coming up? Remember, we don't argue. We don't proselytize. Hello. Is this BT Chanel? Is that how you say it?
Oh, yeah, I guess. It's just like a cute username. I don't know.
Okay, no problem. How are you?
I'm good. I've been just watching your live, for some time, and I've been listening to what you were saying, and I think you're very insightful.
Thank you.
I was previously on somebody else's live before this, and you know what I'm saying? I guess they're like, they don't believe in Jesus, but they believe in God. So I was gonna ask you, like, do you think that in order for us to be saved is through Jesus Christ? Because a lot of people deny Jesus and like they try to separate God and Jesus, and like the whole Holy Trinity is just not real. It's not true. And like, it's kind of like idolizing the idea of God. But then when it comes down to it, people try to separate the Lord and Jesus and like as if he didn't die for us. Like, as if it's just like nothing. Like,
oh, well, this platform does not believe in Jesus.
oh, so
as
you
a
don't believe in
savior.
Jesus?
No.
Okay.
No. No, Jesus did not die for there. Jesus, my take, my perspective, the Bible is a psychology book. Every person, place, thing, idea, whether it was a mountain, a sea, a lake, a fish, a bird, a person, whatever, it's a state of consciousness. It's a state that your mind goes in and out of. It's telling you how your mind creates the reality in which you are experiencing. That's what that book is about. It's not a,
So
and throughout the book, it tells you this though. You got Proverbs, it tells you, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. So what do you think about you? Because that's what you are. So if you think you're a sinner, then bam, you won. But see, I don't think of myself as a sinner. I see myself as God. Because that's what the Bible tells me. Psalm 82:6 tells me that I am God. Matthew 10:34 reminds you through the mouth of the Christ. Is it not written in your word? Have I not said that ye are gods? Go read the 10th chapter of John. Read, and then it tells you that that the kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Read Luke 7th to 17th chapter of Luke. It says there will be people that tell you, look here and look there. Believe them not. For the kingdom of God does not come through observation. The kingdom of God is within you. Now, some translations will say in the midst of you. It's still in you, though. You can say in the midst, in the center. It's in the heart. Heaven is in the heart. The earth. It's an anagram. It's within you. It's your thoughts. It's what you can get peace now. You don't got to wait to die to get peace. You don't have to wait to die to get joy. You don't have to die to experience wellness, well-being, wholeness, completeness. You're already that, but religion tells you you're not. Religion tells you you're broken. You're in need of a savior. You're a wayward soul. You're a sinner from the beginning. However, the Bible tells me I'm created in an image and likeness of all there is. And tells me to be holy as I am holy, to be perfect. How you telling me to be something that I can't be? Why would you tell me to be something that was impossible for me?
Wait, what scripture is
Oh, you can just look them up. I'm not. You can Google where does it say to be ye holy, for I am holy, to be ye perfect, I am perfect. I don't try to. I don't try to remember. I don't try to remember scriptures anymore because I'm not a Sunday school teacher anymore. So I stopped trying to remember. I used to remember where those scripts were found. Some of them I do remember. And then others I don't because it's not necessary for me because we got Google, we got a Bible in the palm of our hand.
Yeah.
I don't need to, right? And I don't necessarily teach the Bible, I live it. I am it. I am the Bible. The Bible in the volume of the book, it is written of me. Yeah, it's about me. It's about my life. And what happens to when I think a certain way. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I hear you. Okay, thank you for that, first of all. I'm trying to understand too myself. I'm very young in my relationship, my walk with God. My mom is definitely a Christian. She believes in Jesus, she believes in God. And I grew up like that, and I know my mom, she's definitely not somebody who I think is delusional. You know what I mean? Somebody I think is damn crazy or nothing like that. I love my mom. I think my mom is the reason why I'm on my, my journey with God. I definitely want him to know me and I want to know him because, I do believe in heaven and hell. I'm not gonna lie. I really do believe that.
And why do you believe that?
Because I feel like, well, first of all, I do believe in Jesus too. So I don't know if that is involved with the New Testament because I think some people say I guess the Old Testament there's no heaven or hell, like how your soul's just here or whatever. I don't know. It's something like that. So anyways, so I believe in heaven and hell. Was that the question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I believe in heaven and hell because I feel like well, I don't think everybody carries a good soul. Number one, I don't think everybody wants to know God for him. I don't think everybody wants to accept God. And I feel like, why would God keep you around and you don't even accept him? And he's the creator. So if he makes you, if he loves you, if he's expected you to, do right by him and you don't, that's like somebody coming to my house and they trashing up my house. I'm not about to have you here just because it's midnight. No, you're going to leave. I'm sorry. This is my establishment. You're not coming to my house. I feel like that's how heaven is. I feel like God, he looks at how we are down here. And a lot of people, they sin like it's nothing. Some people just love living in that sinful world. No shade. My dad, I'm sorry, I'm going to get personal. My dad, and I think this is why I'm trying to build my relationship with God because my dad, he's a human. He's not God. So he was a pastor, right?
Okay.
But not every pastor, I'm not going to lie, not every pastor knows what they're doing or not every pastor's walked with Christ. And it's really weird. So he was a pastor, a false preacher, ended up cheating on my mom, whatever, cool. They had a church. She was first lady. I was a preacher's kid, the whole traditional Christian whole, family thing. Cool. They broke up. My mom standing on business, left him. He ended up, he's still, I guess, a pastor, but he's just a false preacher. He tells people to this day that never happened and how she's lying. Just evil, wicked, little things when in reality it's he's the one and he's supposed to be a pastor. Cool. Years later,
so
I'm just
okay, so I guess so what I'm hearing the answer is you feel like bad people or evil people should be punished.
I think people that claim to be followers of Christ are the most dangerous and whole time you're not. So yes, I do believe that if you're telling people, hey, God's telling me to tell you this, and the whole time God didn't tell you nothing. I feel like that's just you. That's very selfish to be like, the Lord blessed you with this word to give to somebody else. Or like, and your actions are totally the opposite of what the Bible's telling us. Or that.
Okay. So God created you, right? How would God not know you? Because you said y'all want God, because you said I want God to know me. But God knows all things. God knows all things, right? Because he created you and he's all knowing. So how could it ever be possible that God would not know you?
What I mean by that is when I want to have a genuine relationship with the Holy Spirit, with God, because I just feel like with God, yeah, he knows me. He knows my next move. He's all knowing. He's foreknowing. But when I say I want him to know me, like I want God to change me into who the better person I can be. So him and I can be like understanding of each other. I want God to know. I want
so
God
don't understand you. God doesn't understand. He knows you, but he doesn't understand you.
I'm kind of distant from God. So if I can clear that up with like, God knows me, but I want to change. And I want God to change me so we can be closer. Okay. Like he may know me, but
so what does the script say about change? Who's changing who? How does God change you? What does God need to do to get you to be right in his sight?
I think God will. I don't know if this is like the right or wrong answer, but
there's no right or wrong answer. It's whatever you accept. I'm just trying to understand your way of thinking. And I want you to think about your way of thinking. So these questions are not only for me, they're for you. Because you're the one determining this relationship that you have. And I just want to understand and want you to understand where you're coming from.
I feel like I know what you're trying to do too, in terms of just like my brain and psychologically how we think.
Yeah, because the Bible's a psychological book.
I get you. I definitely get you. But
right. Because here's the script. I'm gonna always give you your script. Romans 12 and 2. Romans 12 and 2 says, if you want to be not conformed to this world, what do you have to do? Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. See, you want God to do something that you're supposed to do. The script tells you to change the way you think. It also says put off the former conversation, which is corrupt, and be renewed in the spirit of, again, your mind. See, this is a work you have to do. We're looking for God to do something that was already been done. And it's just about you recognizing that the work is finished. See, you think you're broken and something's wrong with you. However, that's not what the script says. The script says that the works are finished, that it was did on the, here's what I don't get with religion, with the whole principle of Christianity. You tell me Jesus died for the sins, yet sin still exists in the world. You tell me that Jesus put it all on the cross. He took it. They hung him high and stretched him wide for you. Yet sin is something you still have to contend with. Because then you want to tell me it's free will. Well, this work was did before you even entered the world. This work was did. So where does your free will come in when the work was done before you were born? Before you came into this third dimensional plane, that work was finished. See, I don't see sin. I know sin is not what the church teaches.
Yeah, how do you see sin? Because I feel like if the God that you think, or because clearly, I personally, do you think like you don't believe in Jesus? So you think God is just like God, like whatever.
God is the mind.
Okay, God. Okay, God is the mind. So how do you what's sin, and how is God gonna help us with sin?
Well, sin just only means to miss the mark in life, to miss your aim in life. So whenever you don't live up to the state or the being you want to be, whatever that is, that's sinning. But there is no condemnation for sinning because...
Wait, sorry.
Go ahead.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I want to understand that.
So whatever you're desiring to be in life, whatever that is, whatever your goal, your aim in life is, whenever you don't attain or reach that goal or obtain that goal, you're sinning.
Okay.
So whatever that is, whatever it is, whatever you say your goal, you have a goal, you have an aim. So say your goal is to have a greater relationship with God. If you don't have this greater relationship with God, you're sinning because you're missing your mark. You're missing your aim in life. If you decided that I'm not going to have premarital sex, I'm going to wait until I get married to do this act. Well, if you do it before then, because that's a law you created for yourself, you sinned.
So you don't think, like, do you know, okay, so you know how you just said to me how you don't see sin as the same way I do, and how basically, you know, you don't believe that Jesus died for us for the sin to still be in the world. It doesn't make sense, you know? I want you to tell me if, so God is in our mind.
God is our mind.
God is our mind.
Right. So Isaiah 45:7 and Deuteronomy 32 and 39, you can read those scripts. That tells you that, because it says, I create evil and I do good. I heal and I kill. I wound. Well, I heal and I heal, I wound and I heal, I kill and I make alive. I, the Lord, do all these things. Well, don't we as a people do that? Can't we heal people and wound people? Can't we bring life into this experience and we take life? Wars and people murdering one another whenever they feel like it, for whatever reason, whether they're defending themselves from the other or whether people just feel like they have a right to strong arm another because they have the bigger gun or whatever, right? Yeah. We are the ones who do the good and who do the evil. We say it's a God and we say it's a devil, but really it's you as a being. Not you personally. Whatever you're doing in your life, whatever you're saying is evil, you're creating that. Whatever you're saying is good, you're also creating that. Because good and evil are in the mind of man. This is what Genesis was telling us. When you eat off the tree of knowledge of good and evil, means you have the ability to do wrong or evil or bad in the world. You also have the ability to do good, to bring peace, to bring joy. That's why the script tells you, I call heaven and earth before you, and I said before you good and evil, blessings and cursings, life and death. Choose life. Many people don't choose it, but that's their free will to do so.
Yeah, so what about the people that like don't do good, or like, you know what I mean, people that like are evil people? What does God do with them, or how does God handle them? Do you know?
They're God being evil.
Wait, they're God being evil?
Yes. Because you're deciding that it's evil. Because who's saying it's evil? In their mind, here's the thing. Do we think all killings are wrong?
I think the actions of killing somebody is pretty damn crazy. But
in our society, don't we have excuses? You know, we set aside certain, like if it's a war and you're defending your country.
No, yeah, for sure. Like,
we make that, we don't call it evil. Some people still will call it evil. And some people will excuse it, be like, no. They're the enemy. They're wrong. We're spreading democracy.
Not facts. I get it.
Right? So again, that goalpost moves depending on the situation. It moves. It's not black or white. It depends on the circumstance.
Hey guys, would it be okay if I asked a quick question? Because I gotta go real fast. I just had a question on the phone. I hate to interrupt.
Oh no, you don't hate to interrupt. So you want to say pardon the interruption, but you wanted to interrupt because you want us to stop our conversation because you're busy. That's not how my platform rolls. We have another person ahead of you. So if you're too busy to wait around for your time to ask the question, then that's okay. You can just go on and handle your business and we will be okay. It's interesting when people say, I hate to interrupt and interrupt. It's interesting. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm gonna do it anyway. No, then you mean to do it. Just say, excuse the interruption.
I said I hate to.
But you did it. Yeah, so clearly you didn't. You don't hate to do it. Or you do things you don't. Or you do things you hate to do. So that's true too, right? You do things to hate.
Out of context. You have no comprehension skills of like biblical text whatsoever.
Hello, Aquarius. He wanted to argue, and I'm about to argue. I told you I'm not arguing. We can have a conversation like you and I are doing, Chanel, But I'm not gonna, if you don't think I have a great understanding of text, that's okay. I'm not here to
Wait, so
convince
sis,
you or persuade you into, I'm telling you my
my
perspective.
bad.
I'm not asking you to agree with it.
That's true. That's very true. T, Miss T, you know, it's always a pleasure. I just came up here because I saw you on, you know, I just came to say what's going on, how you doing, things like that. It's always a pleasure, you know, listening to you.
Thank
You
you.
know,
Thank you.
listen to you cook, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't off by a little bit, you know what I'm saying? You right on time, you know
I
what I mean?
appreciate
Always on
that.
time.
I
You
appreciate
know,
that.
you giving the wisdom, you giving the wisdom that, you know, was given to you giving it back.
Oh,
You know? Huh? Emmanuel, you okay? Miss T, but I'm sitting here, I'm listening though. If you want go back into the engagement you had with the sister, then you know, I guess when the panel open, or you want to go individually, however you want to do it, because it's your, you know, it's your platform. So you know.
Yeah. Were you good, Chanel? Did you have any more questions?
No, I was just listening to you. I enjoyed listening to what we were talking about.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. So I am streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. Welcome everyone
Yeah.
to the YouTube and the TikTok. YouTube is Prosperous Living with Toya, and TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. And today we're breaking down deconstructing Christianity and just putting a spotlight on the God of religion is not the God of the Bible.
Mm.
The God of religion is not, they're not the same. Because the God of religion, there's a punishment at the end of this life. That's not what that script tells you.
Right.
Talk that shit. Talk that shit.
Right.
That shit.
Right. Like people don't understand how refreshing it is to hear somebody like you know what I mean, saying what you're saying, right? Because when you come on here, you hearing the same thing over and over and over and over. You know what I'm saying? You a sinner. You know what I'm saying? You don't subscribe to Jesus Christ being your Lord and Savior. You going to hell, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, all these type of negative thought patterns. You know.
Mhm.
And then when you try to present a different perspective to, you know what I mean, further expand the mind, they want to be combative. They want to argue, you know what I mean? They want to slight. You don't know what you're talking about. You're taking things out of context, precept on top of precept, and all these things. And, you know, when you start to have a greater understanding of precept on top of precept, what is sin, what is repenting, what is all these things.
Mhm.
What these people be saying, that's why I don't really like, you know, feel a type of way no more when I be hearing these people say the things that they be saying, because I understand. I forgive them for they do not know what they do, right? From the outside looking in, it sounds good, right?
Yeah.
But when you further give it a ear, right, and you actually really think about what's being said, these people don't even understand what they be saying. You know what I'm saying? They really don't.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. I was there. I was once a Christian, so I understand. I was a Sunday school teacher. So I understand that perspective, which is why I no longer want to really, I don't want to argue over belief systems, because I was once there. I understand what that, when you're thinking that way, because here's the thing. Religion does satisfy you when it comes to, well, it's so much evil in the world, there has to be a punishment for it. And if they don't get it now, then at least we know they'll get it in the afterlife. Right? Because we don't understand that the judgment is now. Everyone's judgment is now.
Right.
And we want and only those who get the judgment are those who create the judgment. Right? So people do things and they don't, and we understand that a lot of people are doing this from a fearful mindset, right? That love is not present in their reality, which is why they can do the ungodly things that we call them, right? The atrocities, the horrors, the trauma, and create traumas upon other people, right? is because love is not there. Because anyone that truly loves would not hurt.
That's a fact.
And so we understand that they are still God. They are still awareness. They are still consciousness, not knowing they're God.
Yes.
Looking at life as separate from them.
Yes.
Not saying that all are connected, all are one, that there's one consciousness, there's one Lord, one faith, one baptism, and one Father of us all, says the script. And we know that Father is awareness, is consciousness.
Yes. Yes.
That's the source of all things, the energy, all there is, that is the life that animates this third dimensional plane.
Yes, 100%. Miss T, I'm big sis. You my big sis. you be cooking up here. Like nah, seriously. Like I wish that's why I was just saying this last night. Like, you know what I mean? When I was just coming to some, realizations as far as like, with this reality, and I was saying to myself, like, I'm really hoping that, our people really allow their eyes to be open and their minds to be, unbounded. You know what I mean? Because this religion be putting shackles on the mind, put the mind in bondage, right? Mm-hmm. So when they put the mind in bondage, they only operating from a limited perspective. You know what I mean? Their sight is only limited. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Because the mind is bound. You know what I'm saying? That's like somebody trying to tell you how broad the sky is while looking out the window.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So. No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Do you think?
No, I was gonna say, like, I feel like most people, like, they follow religion because it was the thing to do, right? Like, it was passed down, and you know what I mean, from their parents or what have you, and then because it was the thing to do, right? Yeah. I know that all religions are false. Yeah. They're all, if you will, Satan's religion. Right. So I don't subscribe to any religion. However, I do subscribe to the Bible when you know what you're doing with it and you know who the true people are of the Bible. Right. But because in the Bible,
who are the true people of the Bible?
That's a good question. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, Black Americans, the real indigenous American Indians.
Okay.
So you think that the Bible is about a physical being?
Right.
No. So the Bible is about a people, right? The Israelites, right? So
I'm saying, but that's physical. That's physical. The Bible is a spiritual book. It's a psychology book. It has nothing to do with the outer. It has everything to do with the inner.
Yes, it does. She's right.
It's all of that. I agree.
No, it's not all of that. So look, listen, my brother. So all we gotta do is use a little bit of common sense, right? And this is what religion has you does. Well, this is what religion has people do. It has people discard common sense and logic, right? For a program script, right? So, for example, you think that a creator, right? Just walk with me for a second. You think a creator, an all-powerful, all-knowing, dealing with all these omnis, right? Gonna sit here and gonna create creation. Gonna take a group of people from creation and gonna say, "You're my chosen ones. You're the one that I really love the most." But Absolutely. The rest of creation, listen, my brother. Then the other part of creation, I'm just gonna they just regular smuggler. But these group of people are my chosen people. You think all knowing all these armies gonna do something like that, my brother?
Okay, so let me respond, right? So me and my brother, right? Hear me out, right? Because this is powerful, right? So me and my brother, when I lived in West Virginia, I don't live in West Virginia right now. We had a conversation, right?
Okay.
And we like, yo, why the fuck does any of this?
Watch the language.
Oh, sorry.
No, you good. We don't care.
We were like, literally, why does any of this exist? Like all of these different personalities, spirits. And I looked at my brother and I said, you know what? I think the Most High was just bored. Because that's the only logical thing I could come up with. He was just bored and he created the story from the beginning to the end, right? Now, in terms of the chosen people, which you said, brother, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because you know why? The Most High, he does what he want to do. And if you look at the world's dynamic, right? Even if you don't subscribe to the Bible or spirituality or anything like that, right? Look at the tangible, palpable proof. Look at the world, right? when you look at the world, right? Who's the number one people on earth that everybody can agree to hate?
My brother.
No,
I hear what you're saying.
Answer the question. Who? What group of people on earth everybody agreed to hate?
My brother. I hear what you're saying. You trying to box me into it? Yes. You trying to box me? Look, my brother. Look.
Asked you a question.
My brother, you asked me a loaded question. Look,
That's
listen.
not a loaded question.
It is a loaded question. Look, bro, relax, bro.
I'll say it in a different way.
Look, relax. You trying to box me in with a question, right?
Well,
And look, listen, because you trying to get me to say yes or no to a question.
No, not yes or no.
Let me say what I'm gonna, bro. Let me say, bro. You trying to box me in with a question, a yes or no question, as far as
question. I asked for specific.
This is insane. This is insane, bro. Look, listen. You trying to box me in with a yes or no question, right? And based on that question, it's a perception question, right? So you want me to say this? Is what you want me to say? You want me to say, melanated people? BLK
no, not
people, right?
No, not because all melanated people are not the same. You're playing semantics. All right, so here's the thing. I'll answer it for you, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because here's the thing. I keep it real, right? Everybody on earth agrees to hate Black Americans. Why is that? Why is Black Americans the only people who don't know what country? They say we from Africa, but we know we the real indigenous American Indians. We know these are our lands, right? Why everybody, including other melanated people, hate Black Americans, right? There's something about Black Americans, okay? I don't play semantics. I don't wish, bro. We are the chosen people, right? When you
and chosen to do what? What are we chosen to do?
Oh, to rule Earth.
Good question.
Great question. To rule
Earth. Rule the Earth how? And for what reason?
Yeah, I got you. Rule the Earth how? The kingdom of love, and for what reason? Because it's the Most High's will and purpose, right? Because when you go into hear me out, listen. When you go into Second Esdras 6:9, what does it say? For Esau, this is why they took these other books out the Bible. It says, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follow it, right? So who on this panel, what man has been ruling Earth? The white T-man. Who wants to refute that, right? They've been in power, they've been ruling, right? So when you understand that Esau, the Edomites, Idumea, those are your so-called Euros, and you understand that Jacob had 12 sons. Hear me out, bro. When you understand that Jacob had 12 sons.
Okay. I'm going to have to interrupt here because my platform is about deconstructing Christianity and religion. And this has a lot of religious ties to it. This sounded a little bit like Hebrew Israelite to me. Like a lot of I'm just saying it sounds very similar to that mindset that God got this very favorite people that he loved, and he only loved his really favorite people, and this really favorite people is gonna rule the earth. The only earth he's supposed to rule is your own, which is your mind.
Right, exactly.
Rule you, get yourself right, and then your life will be right. That's what this book is about. This book is about self-mastery. This book is not about trying to get other people to do what you want them to do. That's not what this book is about.
That's a fact.
But hey, you get to have that belief system. I'm not here to argue anyone's belief. What we're doing is deconstructing Christianity and religion and anything that tries to bring on this separation of consciousness. See, we're about oneness and unity of the spirit. We're not about division. So to me, I hear division. So I'm gonna have to let you. I'm gonna have to let you have that. You get to have it.
Prosperous?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this because there is gonna be division. I think that as I have been deconstructing from Christianity now for the past 3 years, there is gonna be a division because again, we still have Black people who are still trapped into that mindset. Because it's always come down between you are right, you're wrong. It's always going to be that type of division. Because again, with Christianity has been ingrained, I believe it was Aquarius that has stated this, as to where, that we grow up into these ideologies because, again, it's what grandmama did, it's what mama did, because of of the lineage that followed before us into these. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, let me give you credit, King. So my apologies. So again, we come up with these type of ideologies when it comes to Christianity. So on my journey of deconstructing, I can definitely say that with me becoming more conscious as to who I am, meaning being a Black woman and knowing where my base have come from, that is where my mindset have started to change. And with the journey that I am discovering of who I am and where I came from, going way beyond past those Christian mindset, I have discovered, like, wow, I've come from a people who not only gave praise and worship to all things, not just this person upon a cross saying, I am he, I am the way, and coming to realize and say, you know what, that's not the only way that I can live my life. I can live my life according to all things and having respect for all things that are around, even from the smallest thing to the ant, to the seedling. So I am so grateful with the mindset that I have now, that I'm no longer bound by anything as far as in telling me that my thoughts or that my feelings or is going against the very thing that they have said that has created me. And I just land with that. But thank you again, Prosperous, for having this panel and not being afraid to take those who are going to come up against you, because again, as people, we have become this. Man, we are so grounded into that Christian thing to where it's taken away to actually who we are. Yeah. It has taken away from it.
And I don't look at it as people coming up against it. I believe people are defending what they believe. And you have a right to. Here's the thing, though. I'm not here to argue and have you defend your belief. You get to keep it. Right. I'm not here to argue with you about it. Right. You get to. Right. We're here talking about anything that we give power to outside of self. And we're taking power back, and we're recognizing that my mind, my consciousness, my awareness is the cause of everything I experience. Yes. And there's nothing outside of that. And when you try to make it something outside of that, now you're creating a second power, which is where we get the tree of knowledge of good and evil. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is the belief in two powers. That's the fall of man. That's the fall of consciousness. That's the Genesis. That's the beginning. That's how you ended up where you are, thinking that there's a cause outside of your own mind.
Yes.
Okay. So could I play the Most High's advocate real quick, if you don't mind, sis?
Go ahead, and then we'll go to.
I need to ask, what do you guys, when you guys are saying about, excuse me, King, when you talk about the Most High, what is that entity that you're referring to?
Oh, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
That's still a Christian value, though, is that
Abrahamic faith is still part of the Abrahamic belief system.
Let me explain. Christianity is of the devil, like more religion. Okay, I don't deal with. This is why they created Christianity, to confuse the truth of the Bible, right?
Okay.
So,
but you said you're about to play his advocate, so go ahead. I was going to
play his advocate, right? So. Okay, so I hear everything that you guys are saying, and I'm hearing a lot of rule yourself. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that, right? So why I said I'm going to play the Most High's advocate is because you have to look at the world as it is and see what's what, right? And it's only one thing that's actually coming into fruition in discerning the times that you're in, right? Because I rule myself all day, right? Like I'm fucking cool. I'm chilling. I'm a lawyer by trade. Like I rule myself every fucking day. However, I still discern. I'm able to look at the world for what it is and subscribe that to the Bible. Now, I didn't always used to believe in the Bible. I had a spiritual awakening that told me that, oh shit, nigga, pardon my language, the Bible is real, but you gotta know what you're doing with it, right? You gotta have the Holy Spirit. You gotta, right? It's the reason why the United States. Listen, did y'all know this? Okay, so Trump,
Nope,
y'all
we
know
don't. We don't care. We don't care. So I'm waiting for you to be the Most High's advocate, and I have yet to hear you do that. So I'm going to move on because I could really care less what the world is doing.
Okay.
See, you prefer to look at the world, and I'm here to create my own. So that's where we part ways. I could care less about what's going on and with Trump. Trump knows the power of the mind, and people don't like to hear that. Here's the thing: he's the one person that's going to show you that. And Latoxi, hey girl, I was thinking about when we were talking about meritocracy the other day. And I was like, if you're looking for an example of what somebody be in a position that truly did not get it from knowing what they're doing or being equipped to handle that office, he would be it. Because he decided that he could be in that position just by saying it and declaring it. And so he is. Because he fully understood the psychology of the people and leaned into the psychology of America and became president for a second term. But I'm gonna go to the artist next, and let
warfare.
yeah, and it's happening in your mind. The spiritual warfare is in you. It's not outside of you. It's in you.
Okay.
It's
okay.
in you.
All
It's
right,
in you.
I'm listening.
But
You
go
got a
ahead,
big
the
ass mouth
artist.
type of bitch. When you single mamas and you want to address that.
Good morning,
Single
Miss T. Do you
mamas
mind if
ain't
I?
shit.
Mind if I?
Bitch, I wish I would listen to your mouth. Single mama. You ain't shit. You want to address that.
Wait,
Good
what?
morning, Miss T. Do you mind if I? Bitch, I wish I would listen to your mouth. Single mama.
That was weird.
Sorry, T. I think that was me. That was my bad.
Oh, okay.
Do you mind if I stop? If I regulate a little bit?
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I'm a
Go
little-
ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you was mad. I'm gonna bring. Come back up, Master. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kick you. I didn't mean to kick you. Sorry. Come back up. Come back up. Sorry about that. I did not mean to kick you. Sorry. Go ahead, Latoxi, then we'll let the artist go.
I just wanted to quickly say, good, welcome, y'all. Sorry, I'm a little late. I had meetings or whatever.
That's okay.
But
People mad. People mad. I'm like, why you mad? Why you mad? All I can do is laugh because you can't take these people seriously.
listen,
You cannot take these people seriously.
Right. Like, it's a lot. It's very much so. They're doing the most. This live is for people who are deconstructing. Is there space for people to, if you're not muted, please mute yourself. Sorry. I don't know who it is.
I'll mute. No.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
This slide is for people who are deconstructing and like our opportunity to talk and chat with each other. So please, if you are, highly religious and this live offends you, just stay chill in the comments. This conversation really isn't for you. If you have genuine questions and are not trying to bait people into an argument or debate, then you're welcome to come up. And if you want to discuss about your experiences or whatever, that's fine. But this is not a place for you to proselytize your religion. This is not a place for you to share the gospel or the good news in the traditional Christian sense. Okay, this is not that place. You will get blocked or muted or bumped or all three. So chill out. Everyone be cool. It's Friday. It's a beautiful day out here in the neighborhood. Okay. Let's keep it that way. If you disagree, again, you're welcome to disagree in the comments. Chill out. Don't come up here with we're not debating and arguing. We're not doing too much. This is not that kind of live. So if you just disagree, then scroll on. No one is stopping you. No one's holding you hostage. And that's all I will say. Sorry, I will go back on mute. Thank you.
All right. Hello, the artist. 1 second, Master showing up. You'll go after the artist. Hello, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so happy to see y'all faces and stuff. Listen, I've been on here and I just was like, yo, I appreciate it, man. Like, I appreciate it. I wanted to kind of touch on what you had said earlier when you said when the gentleman was speaking about King was saying, so many things were happening and but I thought about what you had said the last week. You said if it's happening, it's happening in your world. You get what I'm saying? That's not that it's happening in everyone else's world. Like, I was listening to this one guy and he was saying, like, I think he said it's one universe. We're all in one universe, but we're living in different worlds. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? And that took me, because I was like, man, that's so real. But it taught me to like kind of humble myself too. And I've been, like I told you, I think last week I was telling you how like I'm on this journey right now where I like observing the world, because I feel like Christianity taught me to try to change so much about people that now it's just like, I love you so much that if that's how you want to think, baby, I want that for you.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying? If that's your peace, that's your happiness, I love you so much that I'm not gonna take that from you.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it teaches you how to like. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it teaches you how to just like be so loving towards people, and I think that's the one thing that I took from the Bible when I was younger. Wee little baby, when I was reading, and it was like the one thing that stood out was love, and I was like, yo. So you're telling me, is God really just want me to love? And that was when I was in Christianity. So me being an adult, in my mid-30s, it's like I still hold on to that. You get what I'm saying? Not for the reasons that I was taught, but for the reasons that I just feel like I just want to be a person that just genuinely gives a fuck about other people. Like, I don't want to like Latoxic said, I don't want to hold you hostage. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to be that type of person, and of course I'm just a quote unquote human being because we're all gods. But at the same, we all live our own lives and create our own worlds. But like, I love seeing people create their world. I don't care what it look like. If you know what I'm saying, walk around your house look like you got roaches, good for you. I don't have to be in it. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
But at the same time, like, if that's how you live it, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, bro, But but as far as me and my house, you know what I'm saying? My mom has something on her right in front of her, right in front of her house, and it says, "As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." And I look at that so different now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because people will tell you to not be selfish, but as for me and my house, we serve. You get what I'm saying? We gonna make sure we look after us.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Now, what you do in your crib is your business, but I'm not gonna go in your crib and tell you how to do your crib.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay in my crib and I'm gonna spruce it up and I'm gonna clean this and I'm gonna move this around and organize my mental however which way I need to organize it.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? To have my space feel good. So I just want to kind of hop on here and you know what I'm saying, and just kind of like share that with you.
Love it. Love it. That's it. For me and my mental, for me and my house, my temple, my church. This is what I'm going to do with my life. And it has nothing to do with yours. I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm here to show you what happiness, what joy, what love and peace looks like. And you should be doing the same.
You don't mind? Can I ask you a question?
Well, 1 second. We're gonna let Master go and then we'll come back to you.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Well, this whole thing about it is your premise is wrong. There is it does talk about the afterlife in the Bible. Jesus explicitly talks about, he said, if there wasn't room in my Father's house, I wouldn't be preparing a place for you. He speaks of preparing a place for you in heaven. It says, there are many rooms in my Father's house, and I go to prepare a place for you. He also says, whoever believes in me shall not perish, but shall have eternal life. So yeah, that's your whole premise is wrong.
What I said before.
Like
Did you not hear what I said about this is not a debate?
But your premise is wrong in a lot of places, so you need to be corrected. You need to be corrected.
So let me tell you what those scriptures mean. So let me correct you. So I'll let you say what you say. So listen to what I'm going to say. In my Father's house are many manifestations, are many mansions.
Overruled. You don't get to dictate this. Overruled.
You forgot that this is my plan. This is my house. Really? Are we being serious? Like, dude, you just get booted. But we're gonna talk about that script. We're gonna talk about that script. So you want to talk about it? Let's talk about that script. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go to prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, you shall also be. Well, sis, this Bible is psychological. It's talking about your mind, because your mind can go into the future. It can go and prepare a place, a state that you want to experience. And wherever your mind goes, the body follows. So wherever you go in imagination, wherever you take yourself into a future state, a future reality, the body will follow. So wherever I go in my imagination, because there are many manifestations, there are infinite states of awareness, there are many rooms in which I can enter in my mind. So in my mind, I can be happy, I can be sad, I can be impoverished, I can be wealthy, I can be healthy, I can be ill, I can be depressed, I can be anxious, I can be joyful, I can be all those states exist. And in any moment, anytime, I can enter that state. And when I enter the state, I must express it.
Right.
Can I ask you a question, man?
Can I wait? Because I wanted to.
That's an anvil to the head, big sis.
Yeah, she said I could go. She said I could go.
I will. Well, give me just one second. I'm just going to say this really quickly. For those who are new here, we typically go in order. So whoever the order in which you come up on the panel is the order in which you speak, 9 times out of 10. Sometimes we make exceptions for that, but I just wanted to let everybody know that so that each person has their chance to talk with Toya about it or whatever they want to talk about, and then go from there. Okay.
But after King, we're going to go to Truth in the booth. Go ahead, King.
Big sis, we got the tiger, big sis. Let's go.
All right, so as I'm listening to you, you are absolutely brilliant. I agree with 99% of the stuff you're saying. But the question I wanted to ask you, right, is currently in the world, is there a WAR going on right now? Yes or no?
Is it? I don't know. Is it? I mean, there are always wars. I mean, there are wars going to happen all over the planet, I guess, because men war in their mind. As long as men war in their mind, it would be war in the realm. On the plane.
Okay, right. So physically, between the Ish and Iran, is there in the U.S. is there a conflict going on right now? Yes or no?
I don't know. Is it? You tell me. I told you I don't watch the news. Is it?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, what does that have to do with me?
So all I'm saying is that everything that you're saying, I agree with 99% of it, right?
Okay.
What I'm saying is that you can't negate what's going on around you.
It's not going on around you. Is it really going on around me? Because in my house, in this current reality, where I'm on TikTok, am I experiencing a war? No, I'm not. In my home. No, right. I'm not. You said around me. It's not even around me. It's not even in the United States. It's not. I'm in the Midwest. It ain't happening where I am. It's not on my block. It's not on my block.
We're on the same page. We're on the same page, right?
Okay.
Because so it says deconstructing Christianity, right? Mm-hmm. I said earlier, all that shit is I don't fuck with Christianity, right?
Okay.
But what I am trying to say is that, right? You just don't negate what's actually happening in the physical around
Why not?
you.
Why not? Why not? Why can't I negate it? Why can't I put on my rose-colored glasses and see the world I desire to see? Why do I have to see the world that you're telling me about? Why do I have to see what the news is saying? Why is that required for me to live my best life?
No, okay, so great. Listen, you can do that. But for me, I like all information.
Okay.
Like I said, I rule myself.
And that's what I'm saying. You get to have that, but you're trying to tell me what I should. I'm not telling you what you should be doing.
No, I'm not trying to tell you what you should be
doing. You did. You said I should not negate. I shouldn't. You say you should not negate what's going on around in your world. Did you not just say that?
No, sis. What I said is that.
Okay, I didn't hear what I heard. Okay, I'm glad you didn't say that. Okay, so what are you saying?
All I'm saying, because here's the thing,
what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that rule yourself, but also pay attention to what's going on around you in the physical. That's all I'm saying with the world.
But that's what I just said. You said, and you told me you didn't say that.
I'm gonna say this one last thing, right? Because here's the thing: what intelligent people do is listen, you don't have to pay attention. It don't have to, like my reality, I'm unbothered by what's going on as well. So I agree with you, sis. But however, intelligent people, you got to get as much intelligence as you possibly can. So just be aware. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Do you? But for me in my house, my focus is going to be on me. For me in my house, I am the Lord. Beside me, there is no other. For I am the Lord thy God, and beside me, there is no other God. I am the Lord thy God, and beside me, there is no other God. I am the truth, the way, and the life.
I like it.
No manifestation comes to me unless the Father, which is my awareness, draws it.
Wait, so explain that. Wait, hold on. Explain that. So the Father is your awareness?
Yes. What I am aware of, my consciousness, I only see my own beliefs. That's what that means. I only experience my own beliefs.
Right. I am that I am.
Yes.
I is awareness. I is awareness, my brother.
Brother, stop, because she's highly, I don't think you know what you're dealing with. She's highly intelligent. So okay. So
Great. Go ahead.
So within your soul, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look to the left, look to the right. You have a soul within you, correct?
Mm-hmm. What is the soul?
Okay. What is the soul?
What is the soul?
All right, so
from your perspective, because I'll tell you what my perspective is. From your perspective, what is the soul?
All right, so looking to the right, looking up and down. Oh, this is like I have a soul within my body.
But what is it? Can you tell me what that is? I'm a 5-year-old. What's the soul? You telling me as a 5-year-old? What's the soul?
A soul is a soul. A soul is.
Well, how does a 5-year-old or 7-year-old, a third grader? How do you tell a third grader that you have a soul and just tell them it's just a soul? How you defining the word with the word? What?
Okay, so how I would say it, I would be like, okay, come here, little guy. Come here, little. Okay. Now you know what? A better way to say it is this. All right, so when I was
chatting, bitches. Well, go ahead.
When I first sprang into consciousness, and if anybody got because I'm curious about this, right? I first realized that, oh shit, I'm a soul in a body when I was 3 years old. And it hit me. I'm like, oh shit, I'm a fucking soul. So a soul is like the spirit that's in you. That's how I quantify it.
Okay, so the soul and the spirit are one. Okay, but I'm gonna go to truth in the booth. You can unmute. Hello, how are you? Welcome.
What's going on, y'all?
Hey. All is good?
Yeah, I'm good. So, a few questions here. You had brought up the scripture too, by the way. Just to piggyback off y'all conversation, do you believe the writers believe what you're saying? Or like how do you look at that from their point of view? The authors that wrote the book?
Yes. The Bible's all allegory.
I got you. So like, for example, like let's go with Genesis, right? Which I don't know who you believe wrote it, but like whoever wrote it, they start by saying God, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. What would you say, like, they believe the allegory is behind it?
In the beginning was consciousness, and the heaven is the mind, is the awareness of all there is, and the earth is the physical representation of heaven.
I got you. So when we go into the creation story in Genesis 1, and you got the sun, the moon, the stars, you even have humans being created in animals. Are all these animals a part of your brain or some sort of?
Yeah, the animals in the script represent the different states of mind. So all of the animals that walk the earth are the lower states of mind. Anything that is the higher realm, like the birds and everything, that's the higher realm of consciousness. That's where you're going to find your love, your peace, your joy. When you talk about that which crawls upon the earth, the lower nature, that is the negative, the fear, the doubt, the worry. That's what those animals represent. Everything in the script is our states of consciousness.
I got you. What consciousness would be like Adam and Eve then, since the earth was created before the human? So then if the earth represents like the human and the mind.
Well, Adam, okay, so the Bible is psychological and it's layered. So it also represents every science that we deem, whether it's chemistry, anatomy, neurology, astronomy, astrology, numerology. It's also phallic instruction, which means it is from the male perspective, the male body parts. That's also the instruction of the Bible. So the soul, Adam and Eve can represent, it represents the subconscious and the conscious mind. It also represents the splitting of the atom, how physical matter came into being. But here's the thing. I'm not here to teach the Bible. You can find this stuff out through the metaphysical Bible study. You can go into Gnostic studies if you truly want to understand the Bible from a psychological perspective.
I was asking, do you believe the writer believe that? Like,
yes, they wrote it. It's the Bible is encoded. It's a coded script. It must be decoded. That's why Paul tells you that you have to study, not read. Study the Bible. Study the word to show thyself approved. A workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Right. And so hold on, Joe, the Bible, because hold on. Because we try to go in order. And so Truth in the Booth was up here before you. Go ahead.
So I was just saying, so again, and no disrespect to you, that's belief. Because again, we can't prove that that's what they believe. Because if we go back historically.
Actually, you can. You can prove it to yourself. You can prove it to yourself. You can prove that your thoughts are creative, because that's all that book is telling you. You can actually put this theory to the test and make it known to you. See, I'm not here to get you to convince you to accept anything I'm saying, because I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not here to convince, convert, dissuade, persuade anyone to accept what I'm saying. What we talk about over here is about results, putting it to the test. I'm not asking you to have blind faith in anything. I'm here to telling you that all you got to do is try it
you gotta go on mute,
and prove it to yourself.
Yes, ma'am. So that's why I was asking about the authors, the writers. Yeah. If we pull up, like, if I study, right, due to history, if I study the writers, these are Jew writers, like Hebrew writers.
Nobody knows who wrote the book. No one knows who wrote the book.
That's fine. If we just research Jews or whatever and how they looked at this Bible in particular, we get the word religion, and we think religion is like a belief system, and it's not, because you religiously do stuff, which is go back to practice. Okay. So when I read the Bible now, I think about a lifestyle, not necessarily a belief. Jesus says, if you love me, keep my commandments. That's an action I must do, not something I must believe.
So what does believe mean?
I got you. So again, belief is like, oh, I believe that God exists. That's fine. I don't have to work.
You did not define belief. You just used belief in a sentence. I asked you, what does it mean? Which means define it for me, which means use a different word to explain that word.
Belief is basically having faith in something, or super confidence in something.
What is faith?
Like without evidence per se. Like I know for a fact my wife is faithful, right? That's me believing in that, sure. But she got to put the action in to actually be faithful. I can't make her do it. But I do believe she is, right? That's faith or super confidence in something. So again, like I said, when we say religion, that's religious practices. So people do certain things according to who they believe in, which makes it a religion because they're practicing what they believe. They're not just believing it and that's the end of the story. They believe in somebody.
Now, here's the thing. What I have discovered is that most people don't practice what the Bible teaches them. They don't practice their religion. They don't practice their belief system. And believe just means to accept a thing as true or real. That's all believe means. It means to accept a thing as true. Faith is about not having proof of a thing. Belief is about acceptance.
So real quick,
right?
So real quick, again, if we research due to reality, I'm not talking about somebody's beliefs. We're talking about actual culture and these people who wrote the Bible. We know the authors, right? Whether we accept them or not. But
no, we don't know the authors. We do not know the authors.
That's fine, but we do know it was written in Hebrew. So if we go back to the
not every book was. You know that. You know the New Testament was not.
I'm not talking about the New Testament.
No. Now you want to then specify the Old Testament was written, because you said the book. You said the whole book was Hebrew, and we know it's not. So
we can slow down. I got you. So the Old Testament was in Hebrew, New Testament Greek, and that's fine. Okay, that's not the problem here. And then we go back to the Jews. Is why I bring up the Jews. We go back and research their lifestyle. They're actively doing things, right? They're praying. They're making their sacrifices. They got a temple. They're doing things. They're not just running around and saying, hey, we believe in a God, so y'all should believe. That's not what they're doing.
I correct you. Those are not the real Jews. Black Americans are. But
brother, that's fine. You're a Hebrew Israelite. I don't care. Again, that's why I said we research history.
Okay, so here's the thing. I agree with you. Religion is a practice. Now what?
Right. So again, that's why I asked you, is the writer preaching what you're preaching? You're believing right now. You're telling us.
No, I'm not believing. I told you that I tested it and found it to be true. This is not a belief. It's more than a belief. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You're saying belief as in I'm guessing, and that's not what believe means. Believe. Hold on. We can't talk at the same time because believe does not mean to guess, and that's how you're using that word. You're using belief as I'm guessing that a thing is so. I'm telling you that I know that a thing is so. This is not guesswork. This is not theory. This is practice. I do practice what the script says. I have used it to create the reality in which I am experiencing. I know this to be true. And I know that that's what the script writers were telling you, that all is mind.
Okay, right.
Y'all saying the same stuff. Y'all saying the same thing.
That's over their pay grade, big sis. That's over their pay grade, big sis. They don't understand all this nonsense.
So again, I'm just sticking to my point here, right?
Hey, Truth, you're gonna have to land your plane. You're gonna have to land your plane soon, bro.
Just hold on. So again, host, this is why I asked you, right? If we're reading what the writers are saying, these writers pray to an actual God, right? They're not saying it's allegory because allegory means something that's not real. But apparently they believe God is real. So if you say, hey, I do.
Can you look up the word allegory and tell me that's what that word means? Because that's not what allegory means. Allegory does not mean that something that isn't real.
Allegory is a story or a poem with a deeper meaning. That's what an allegory means.
So, host, do you pray to God? Yes or no?
I am God, and pray just means to command.
Don't believe that. So
prayer means to command. It does not mean to beg, ask, or request a thing outside of me to do something. Prayer means to command a thing to be.
That's fine. Okay, so again, the Jews don't believe what you believe. So that's all I was asking. Okay. Essentially, you're making up something that they're not saying.
Okay.
Stop bringing up the big Jews, bro.
Okay.
Bro, we talking about the writers of the book, bro. We're not talking about black people. There's no black and white in the Bible. So let it go.
If you truly knew the writers of the Bible and those who practice Judaism, they would tell you that this Bible is esoteric. That is not a literal. That is not a history book. But I know that you have not truly did your research or your history on the writers of this book, because if you truly did, you will understand that this Bible is esoteric knowledge. It's hidden knowledge. So
you gotta control yourself, Truth, man.
You guys know about Abdullah, the one that taught Neville?
Oh, one moment, Keo. Okay. Wait, hold on, because we have Adam, and then you can go after Adam. Well, hey, A-Town. Let me speak to my mod first. How you doing, broski? What's up, sis?
How you doing?
Absolutely. Yes. So A-Town and Latoxic are my mods. So if you hear them interrupt you, and that's why, because they mod my platform. So they help me keep everything in order.
Yeah, and just for the show, there's no arguing, it's no banter, it's no going back and forth. She's here for a lovely conversation, here to discuss what religion is, understanding that heaven is now, and she's getting her point across as well. But we're not going to have a diatribe where people get to have this prolonged speech trying to, preach to us, anything like that. So, come in, land your plane, give your submission, and then, it's on to the next person. And we do go in order, like Latoxa said. So salute to you, sis.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Drop some likes, get your heart me's, and gift your favorite panelists. You know what I'm saying? We love to, hear everybody's perspective. There is no monolith, there is no echo chamber, and let's have some fun.
Yes, thank you. Hello, Adam. You can unmute. I think that's how you say it. Are you there? If not, we'll go to the next guest. Okay, Keo, you can go, and then your conscience will go after you. How are you?
Hi, Toya. Hi, everybody. Miss Toya. On this lovely, what is it, Thursday? Friday?
Friday.
Friday, okay.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to talk about what the panel says, and also quibbles and bits, right? This is what Abdullah talked about when he spoke to Neville. And I feel like a lot of the time people don't want to let go of those quibbles and bits, like what's occurring right now with different things, like holding on to certain terminologies and, well, this is that and that.
those are all quibbles and bits, and it's limiting you from truly embodying who you are, right? And I kind of wanted to speak, like, talk about that, like, and kind of see if anyone ever, like, knew about him. And I was also asking, like, to request, like, maybe one day we can, like, read stuff about him in, like, your book club one day.
Read stuff about who?
Mr. Abdullah.
We don't have much about. I mean, there are people that I guess supposed to know about this person, but it's not much known about Abdullah,
Yeah, he
other
is
than
kind of
other than
mysterious.
what maybe Dr. Joseph Murphy may have said, what Neville may have said, and he had
Mhm.
another student that has also written different books. I can't think of his name right now, but he has quite a few books. I know a lot of people like him. I can't remember his name right now because I didn't particularly like this student of Abdullah because he leans so much into the devil, the Satan thing. So he didn't, but a lot of people, you know, he does have some great books. If you can get away from him, you can look past him talking about the devil so much. I cannot think of his name.
Okay.
I think A-Town may know who I'm talking about because he follows a creator that would teach a lot of this person's that
And who we talking about?
I think Bertha talks about this Arthur a lot. Talking about that ring of make sure you have a ring around you and
Oh yeah, you talking about like the
what's his name? Lane? Is it Lane?
Jane. It'll come to me.
Yeah.
I haven't
Okay.
seen her in a minute.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I had a few of his books. He had because he talks about being the he had a book that was being the joy bringer, being the peacemaker. Like he talks about he has books like that. He has a lot of books, so you could probably look him up. I just can't think his name right now. Can't think his name.
I just would like to. I feel like right now I'm just kind of letting go of different ideologies that I feel like is like limiting me from creating the things that I want, you know. And I was asking, like, how did you get past that point of just realizing you're just limitless in all ways? You know what I mean?
Practice.
Okay.
You have to test yourself. You have to prove this truth to you, and you keep expanding your awareness, your consciousness on what's possible, right? Some people will tell you to start small. What I liked about Neville is that he didn't make it about a big thing or a little thing, right?
Right.
His thing was, what is it that you want? Like really ask yourself that. A lot of people realize they don't really know what they want, right? Sometimes the things we want is because society says this is what you should have. This is what success looks like. This is what, you know, if you accumulate all of these things, you know, and it's again, there's nothing wrong with accumulating things because sometimes you just want to prove to yourself that you can have them. Like giving yourself permission to experience this life in all of its fullness.
And it's amazing because it's like, since I know that I can give myself what I want in imagination, I truly don't lack then.
Mm-hmm.
Because I actually have proved this to myself so many times. It's just like, it's like, okay, well, what about this though? This seems kind of like nothing's out of reach though. Like nothing.
Right.
And it's amazing. Like the little ways that you're.
Oh, that's it. Walter C. Lanyon. There it is. Thank you, Sunflower. Thank you, Walter C. Lanyon. That's the name of the author.
Okay, I'll look
Thank
into
you.
it.
Thank you. I know somebody would know the author I was talking about. Yeah.
It shows you that there is someone inside of you listening to what you're saying to yourself and like showing it.
Right. So who is that someone inside of you?
That is God, which is you.
Okay. Right.
No,
there is an intelligence. Right. Yes. There is an intelligence that is you, the invisible self, the self you cannot see. No man shall see God and live. What does that mean? Does that mean no one shall see the manifestation of that which we call God and remain the same? Right? You cannot continue to be as you were when you experience the God in you.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, right? Okay, but here's the thing. Me personally, I had a very arduous, intense spiritual awakening in the mountains of Colorado Springs, right? I was shown the literal entire kingdom of heaven and the entire kingdom of darkness. And before that, I was a science guy, quantum mechanics, string theory, all that stuff, right? I needed to quantify it tangibly through science. However, some things happened to me. I saw, experienced, tasted. I got the greatest proof in the world that the Most High God is real.
Okay.
So
what did this experience show you?
That this is spiritual warfare. Everything is spiritual 100% of the time, all the time, and that the Most High God is real, and you're dealing with the kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of darkness.
Okay. And this spiritual awakening is showing, okay, so it shows you that there's a dark side and there's the God side. And now what?
Right. So in this earth right now, you have the kingdom of heaven and the kingdom of darkness, and they're at war with each other. But the shift is here. The shift really commenced in 2019. So now we're entering in the kingdom of heaven.
Okay. And
here on earth.
And so your spiritual awakening shows you that the war is happening outside of you, not the war is happening within you.
Both.
Okay. So do you accept that it's as within, so without?
Wait, as within, let me see if I could understand what you're saying. As within.
As you
what
think.
Do you mean by that?
As you think, so you see.
Yeah. As I think, so I see. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, right? Because I think certain things and then I see certain things, right? But I also agree with the fact. Why you gotta laugh at me, man? So here's the thing, right? I also agree with you, right? When you say like you create your own reality, right? So because I create my own reality all the time. But however, I'm able to look out. I'm able to look inwardly and outwardly. How about that?
Okay. Hold on. So, I am streaming on YouTube and TikTok. So, my question is this: how do you avoid relying on other forces that are not godly if you believe God is not responding well to your needs? I would never rely on outside forces. That's the whole point of realizing that the cause is you. And so there is no outside force. See, I disagree with King with there's this force of darkness and then there's this force of light. The script says, I create the light and the darkness. I, the Lord, do all these things. So who's creating the darkness? I am. The light is not created. The light is. The light is the energy. And energy was never created and can never be destroyed. Darkness, which is evil, is a creation of the mind. Hold on, Ken. I'm gonna go to you because we have other people that came up on the panel that I need to allow to give them a chance to converse. Evil is a creation of the mind. God, good, is not a creation. It is. You don't create God. You don't create energy. You don't create good. You allow it to be expressed. Evil has to be created because you have to tell lies. You have to do things. You have to make evil be present. Because if you did nothing, it would just be all good. If you just sat still and just be still and know that I am good, that I am God, you will see God. You will see good. You will see God. In order for evil to take place, there's something you have to do. Now you got to be busy. You got to be about doing things in order for evil to take place, for evil to exist.
Okay, so
hold on. I'm gonna. Hold on. Your consciousness, you can unmute. Go ahead. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great. Nice weather, good day. I'm loving it.
What's happening? What's on your mind?
I just wanted to question, pick at one of your topics there. It says heaven is now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that means like here in our physical existence, like currently, right now, heaven is now for everyone.
Heaven is in your mind. So it's all who can recognize it.
So it's not a blanket statement that everybody is experiencing it in. It's now, it's accessible.
I can't speak for everyone. I can only speak for myself. And
So
I
that
know
statement is for
heaven
you, then.
is now. Heaven is a state of mind. Heaven is within you. Is everyone experiencing it? That's something they will have to decide.
So I wrote down a statement. Then I guess I have to conclude that there are different levels of heaven, or heaven is only accessible. Heaven is not a constant thing for everybody. Then it's now, but it's not for everybody.
It is for everybody. It's not exclusive to certain people.
So what about people?
Because here's the thing: is how are you defining heaven? What is heaven to you?
There's a bunch of nuance to it. I see that for sure.
What is heaven to you?
To me, I'm a Christian, so I think as an Orthodox Christian.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what is heaven?
Heaven is the place defined in the Bible.
And how does the Bible define heaven?
A place where Jesus went and waiting there and prepared for us.
So it doesn't describe what heaven is then, from what you're telling me. It's a place that Jesus resides, but you don't know what that is.
No, not in great detail. I know he said he went to prepare a place for us. That's my Christian understanding of heaven.
Okay, but what does Luke 17:21 say?
You gotta come out of that.
I don't know, enlighten me.
It says that heaven, that the kingdom of God is within you.
You gotta come out of that Christianity, bro.
But King, no one interrupts your conversation. So let's
Sorry,
go. And I'm not here to tell anyone what they need to do. That's none of my business. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah, just a conversation. Can I? And we kind of diverging onto something else. I had some other stated points I wanted to bring up. Can we go back to
sure
me being fulfilled from your understanding?
Yes.
All right. So okay, and then for people who are born with mental illnesses or birth defects, cognitive impairment, heaven is not an option for them, is what I'm getting.
Why wouldn't it be if it's a state of mind?
So when we measure their neurological paths and stuff and their brain activity, or a brain dead person, a brain unalive person, it seems like by your standard, heaven is not available to them.
Why would it not be? How do you know what's going on in the mind of what you would call of a mental person, a invalid? How do you know what their consciousness is observing? You're trying to tell someone else that they can experience heaven based on your standard. I'm not saying that someone can experience heaven based on my standard. Because I know that consciousness is heaven.
So you want me to have faith?
And you're assuming that because somebody's physical makeup makes them incapable of having peace, joy, love, kindness, the fruit of the Spirit, because that's heaven. You think heaven is this place you're going to go to, and you're going to have streets paved with gold, and you're going to have mansions, but you don't got to die to do that. You can have a street paved with gold now, and you can have a mansion now. Why you got to die to get that? You don't got to die to get that. You can have that right now. Right here, right now. Just like you can have peace now, because the Bible describes heaven as what? No more gnashing of teeth, no more crying, no more pain, no more dis-ease. You can have that now. That's not something you have to wait to get to. But all of those people you just described, they're told that they have to wait to get it So they're waiting to get it. They're being told that they got to get Jesus first in order to have a heaven. They're being told that they're sinners from the beginning. That is some fault of their own, that they were, that their body is don't look like everybody else's. Somehow that they are a scorn to society because they don't think like everybody else, because they don't look like everybody else, that somehow they're less than. And so we put these people in categories and we call them deformed, and we say that they have mental incapabilities. Says who? Who's the standard? Why are they less than? Because they don't look like everybody else and don't think like everybody else.
Yeah, I got a question too. And to his statement, are we saying that they don't have a spirit? Are we saying that they don't have an internal being?
Right.
Because of the way you perceive them?
Yeah, when y'all want me to respond, let me know, because I don't want to interrupt nobody.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. What I'm saying is, when we use scientific evidence and we can see that their brain is not on the same level as a fully functional cognitive human, it seems like what you're asking me now requires faith for me to say that, oh, they have a spirit. We know that they are enjoying heaven. We know that they're enjoying this blissful love and peace. And you're asking me, you're circling back to faith again, it seems. When it seems like you're saying heaven, so your heaven requires faith too, is what you're saying.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you have breath in your lungs and you're able to have consciousness as a human being, right? Do you consider every human being being a spiritual agent, a spiritual man, or spirit? Having a spirit or having a consciousness.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Having being conscious, being aware, as though. What am I trying to say? So every human being is a living soul, right? Do you agree with that?
I'm not sure what that means.
Okay, so Adam, is saying in the Bible, according to your script, that he put breath in the lungs of man, right? And he made man in his image. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
That's what
I'm sorry. Repeat that. My apologies.
Okay. I was saying that in the beginning, in the first book of your Bible, it says that he put breath in the man, and he made man in his image. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's what the book says.
Okay, so who are we to distinct who the image of God is?
I don't understand what that means. How are we to distinct what the image of God is? What does that mean?
Based on what you said, you the one said that, okay, they have this type of faculty capability, that their body looks a certain way. And so what are you saying when you use those people as an example? What are you saying is the better question. We need to know where are you coming from when you use those people as an example. Are you saying that somehow they are less than?
I never said they're less than.
I said, I'm asking. What are you saying?
Your answer to your question, no. What I'm saying is, we know that they do not have abilities as a standard that we as society has set as a functioning human, and we don't know if they're enjoying all those fruits of the spirit, which you kind of alluded to. And what it seems like,
right? And since you don't know, what is your point? Since no one knows, what is the point of this conversation? Since no one, because I'm not asking you to have faith and to believe with no evidence that they are experiencing this.
It sounds like you did. That was my point.
I'm off this. Thank you for letting me in the panel. I'm off this. I appreciate you.
And let's move on to something else, because that was not like the battle that I wanted to stay on. That was just something small, really, to your whole narrative. All right, so if you believe that heaven is now, you must also believe that hell is now as well.
No, there's no hell. Hell.
I knew you were going to say that.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hell and heaven are the same thing. They're states of consciousness. Just like heaven isn't a real place, it is in your mind, so is hell. I'm not saying anything different about heaven than I'm saying about hell. They're all about your beliefs, whatever you're accepting to be true. You think that there's a hell for those who don't accept your Jesus Christ? Then that's something you get to keep. I don't want to take that from you. I just know it's not true. I know it's made up. I've done the research on when hell was brought into the Christian mythos, when it was adopted as a place, a fiery place, a brimstone, a punishment for unbelievers. I know that was not the original belief of the Christian mythos. It wasn't. It was added centuries later. But you can find this out. You can do the research. But here's the thing. You get to keep your beliefs. You get to keep it. If it works for you, no one wants to take it from you.
No, and it's not about that, sis. There never was. We were just exploring your worldview. That's what we were doing. I never felt challenged in my beliefs. We're talking about what you believe.
Okay.
So I'm not in defense. I'm not in defense mode. If that was if you thought so. All right. So like you said there is no hell, no physical hell, and it's also a mental thing. Also, just it's all in your mind. It's all a consciousness thing to you. And I see people like referring to like as a man thinketh and all these all this bringing it to fruition, your mind being a creative and all this stuff. And another thing, so you consider yourself God because you can think, you can imagine something and you can produce it, and that makes you a God because you're creative in that aspect. But your Godship depends on other people because you didn't even make everything that you're enjoying now. So you're not a all-powerful God. You're just, at best, you're just a small, insignificant God who's actually benefiting from other gods that are far more powerful than you. And you take your gathering of assets and being this positive person and being able to be upwardly mobile as some kind of godship, and you label yourself some kind of all-powerful God when you really should be humble and just embrace how small and insignificant you are. That's really what's going on.
Oh, that's all you wanted to say. You wanted to remind me how insignificant
I just want to remind you,
Oh, kudos to you.
Yeah.
You can go on now. You've done your deed. Like, because clearly he has no understanding of what we're saying about being God, that we are all God individualized, that we as the collective consciousness make up the one being. The one became many, that the many may realize they are the one. Go ahead, A-Town.
I just wanted to, I'm going to let Joe the Barber speak, but I wanted to kind of, go, speak on his behalf on the young man who came before. He couldn't describe what heaven was. He just said it's just some place, right? So then he wouldn't even, as a man thinketh, ye are gods, are scripts from the Bible. So are you not believing in your Bible, or are you not? So, when you do come up here, we're not dumb, and she's not up here just speaking something that she just grabbed out of the candy machine, and now she's, some fortune cookie type shit. You know what I'm saying? This is a real life script. This is how we get down on a daily basis, right? And we use the Bible as a reference point, and because it is a Bible of metaphysics and esotericness. So, so we do know the Bible, right? And so we're not up here. You can't just spew some stuff out here, and you're not going to either get checked, dropped, or just or just challenged in regards to certain things. But yeah, I definitely want to, just kind of speak on that behalf.
Right. Couldn't even tell us what what heaven was. Yeah. While you're challenging what my beliefs, you can't even tell me what your belief. You believe in a place that you don't need, that has no description, and you just trusting that it's true because your pastor told you.
Because somebody told you. Exactly.
Like, okay, so, like who's having faith in without evidence, but then you want to use science as your baseline when your whole baseline for being a Christian is all based on not having evidence. Like,
and
they're so double-minded. They want the faith when it comes to God and Jesus and his ways, but when it comes to someone challenging that, now all of a sudden they need proof. Now you need evidence. You don't need evidence for what you believe, but you need evidence for what I'm talking about. Miss me with that.
Hilarious. and then you're insignificant by accumulating a whole bunch of earthly, there was no love or no recollection in terms of what his reference was, and that he wasn't being able to stand on business. So when you do come up, just please stand on business, love, joy, peace, or just some reference that you believe in, that you know of, and that you're not just spitting some, just to be on stage and want to get some hearts and some likes and stuff like that. So, Joe the Barber, you up next, brother?
Yeah. I know a question was asked before. I'm going to address the heaven, my personal thoughts and my personal studies, like the sister said from 2 Timothy 2:15. So obviously I'm going to be speaking some form of truth, right, that I've collected or accumulated during my lifespan. So for consciousness, as far as the soul is concerned, I believe that existence is all in all compacted into a small, amazing, minuscule part of us called a spirit, that it sparks life within us. It comes with all things, all negative things, because even in our studies, when you have the parallel, I learned that the problem with the word heaven, when Jesus spoke of heaven, heaven is a perfect place, is a place of perfection, is a place where you go and you find perfection and you bring it back to manifestation. But in order to actually do that, like the sister was saying, when most Christians or any type of faith or religious point, when they're challenged with actually being that entity, right? See, because you can't be a superhero unless you believe that you are a superhero. See, so Christ was trying to inform people that I can do all things through Christ's teachings that strengthens me. That, he says, I am the way, the truth, and the light. No man comes unto that perfect Father unless by what I'm teaching you. And then when you go back to the beginning, or the definition of a soul, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So if you don't really believe that you are Word, you are the Word, or that you can use words and communicate with words, see, life doesn't start until you realize the entity called words, until you actually are the evidence of words. The first form that you're taught is the actual name. See, so if you would have said, your next Aquarius, right? Although I'm an Aquarian, I wouldn't have went, because I'm labeled up here as Joe the Barber. If you knew me as a different, you understand? So I'm all in all. And once you're connected to all in all, then you're from the littlest to the biggest entity, right? You're connected to, in all pain and all joy and everything. I've went through so many experiences in my life where I've adapted a feeling where I used to believe that, oh my gosh, why today? This day is so frustrating. Oh, and then, the joyous days, you're happy. But then I realized, oh my gosh, the real blessing is just the day, because a joyous day is equal to a frustrating day, because it's still a day. The dead that can't, that doesn't have the spirit sparked inside of them, the spirit of that entity, the true entity. See, when you really connect with that true entity, then you connect with the responsibilities that that entity has as well. So that's why Jesus was attracted to leprosy. He was attracted to the whore, to change the whore. He was attracted to wash the dirty feet. But when you speak of these things, in Christian
So okay. So when you say Jesus,
things,
hold on. When you say Jesus was attracted to these different,
well,
he wasn't. Here's the thing: Jesus did not see impurity, which is why it was able to be changed to purity. Well, because I so pure that I cannot behold iniquity. To them that are pure, all things are pure. See, if he saw a whore, the whore remains. The whore is just someone that believes in other gods. Let's not get it twisted. Then that's what an adulterer, a fornicator, and a whore is. Someone that believes that something outside of them has power.
Okay, but the understanding of the word whore, right? Just with the understanding of the word whore, it's a part of our entity. Because without understanding of the word, you wouldn't understand that that is a whore. But when you have
Are we talking about whore from a biblical perspective, or are we talking about whore from a man-made perspective? Because I'm not here to talk about the man-made. Because when you say, what do you mean when you say that word?
No, I don't want you to stay connected to that word or that example, because I meant to use leprosy. I meant to use casting out of spirits. I meant to use walking.
Yeah, but all of those are states of mind. Those are, understand that the Bible is psychological. Jesus was seeing his own mind. That's it. Literally. All these things are happening in the mind of the I am. Everything is happening in the mind of the I am. And the I am only sees perfection.
Just like you seen it, to be able to claim that you are Jesus, that you are the I am, that you are God. You see, in order to really utilize and have the powers of manifestation, you must believe that you are that entity. See, so Jesus was trying to connect the world to believe that they are that entity. But the world, instead of taking that teaching literally and saying that I am and I can, do all things through the teachings of Christ that strengthens me, they choose to still ask Jesus to do it. And the Bible also says that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And it says all things work together for good to them that love the Lord and are called according to its purpose. To me, it's a it. The entity called God is a it, because it's a spirit.
Right.
It's a spirit. Mm-hmm. You understand? That has no he or no she.
Right. No,
because all he's and all she's die. You understand? So I really, my life is transitioning into something more than just a barber. I've been communicating with people for so long. I've been disappointed. My pluses are my minuses, meaning that nothing starts with me, right? I cannot plug myself into, if I am anything that works, I cannot plug myself into anything without recognizing that I have to plug my negative prong and my positive prong in order to get charged. See, so my negative side and my positive side are one. Just like you said, heaven is in your head, just like hell is in your head. So everything is in one. We are all in all beings. Mm-hmm. That's when only thing I need to communicate with someone is to know that you have a spirit inside of you. You understand? Whatever your environment is, whatever your temperature is, I understand that everybody communicates from different places depending on their temperature, their environment. You understand? You can't ask a man that's locked into a box to talk to somebody, to talk to people and have a regular conversation when everybody else that they're talking to is breathing fresh air. They could walk around, they could do whatever, and this man is restricted to a box. So I understand temperature, and I also understand the usage of words. See, the usage of words are like ingredients to cooking. You understand? But most people don't understand that.
Here's the thing. When we're talking, we need to make it plain and simple. Just say what you're saying and say, and I like simplicity. Just keep it real plain and simple. Say what you mean what you say, and bring it to a place that people are understanding. I just don't want people to come up here to talk, just to hear their own voice. If we're not saying things that's going to uplift and help people understand and comprehend what's going on, then it is a waste of air. I need you to bring it down here and let it elevate all. Okay. But I'm gonna go to the next guest.
All right, I respect that.
Yes. Hello, Sophia. How are you?
Hey, Toya. How are you?
Great.
Happy to be at your live. I had 2 points. One is about the science, and one is about these people that are disabled or whatever he was like referring. Okay, so I'll start with the disabled people. So basically, we are spirit, we are one, but we are an angle, we individualized angle of the divine. We perceive the whole from one specific point, and that's our individuality. And fortunately, this individuality we never lose. So even when we die, we still don't lose it. Yes. So the next experience, we're still gonna have that specific individuality, even though we might take a different, any kind of form, right? It could be even an animal. It could be even like another person. So some desires that we want to experience and manifest, we actually have to cross over to experience, like being born in a super rich family, right? We cannot experience that experience in this life to be born in super rich family, right? So for that, it will continue into the next existence, into the next life. And why some people are born as disabled or not saying, that's because they judge themselves. When you pass on, you're going to be the judge. You're the one, that is the time that you judge yourself. And some people just judge themselves in this way. They say, oh my gosh, I caused this pain, for example, to somebody. So now I am going to punish myself and I'm going to experience, that. Or it could be just the experience. It's all in the experience. So it continues to the next and the next and the next, and it doesn't end with this body. This body is just like a cloth we put. Like today I'm wearing red, and tomorrow I'm wearing blue, or I'm wearing a dress or a costume. So that's what I want to say about that, and I'm not going to go too much into. And about the science, I just saw that somebody created memory for the computers, with mushrooms. So basically they connect the plugs to the mushrooms, and suddenly all the memory goes into the mushrooms. And I was like, wow, that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, anything that you can imagine. I mean, what is science? Science is magic. Science is just like you found something to work, but actually it's consciousness creating that thing. You can imagine, how do you go out of science? What is already so-called discovered, right? You want to discover something more.
Right. I mean, we want to separate God from science, but God is science.
Yeah, it's our imagination.
Right. It's all one.
So if you imagined that you wanted to create some other, how this guy discovered this possibility to store this memory in the mushroom. It's because he imagined it, right? He was like, let me try if I can do this with a mushroom.
Yes.
So somebody will tell you, oh no, science is only you have to use silicon and gold to store memory. That they will tell you that's science. But this guy, he thought out of the box, and now suddenly you can actually store the memory on mushroom.
Wow. That's trippy. That's trippy, right?
Yeah. So literally, anything that you can imagine, it's possible to create, because this world, even though it seems solid, right? It's a projection. It's a projection of our imagination.
Absolutely.
So if you're a scientist and you want to discover something like this and you really put your like focus on it, yeah, you'll be able to do it. And it might seem real to you, but actually what happened is just like magical. You created something that was like completely new, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I want to say that when people say science, you know, that is, it's even that is not as solid as they imagine.
Right. Right. And science only means to know. It's a Greek.
Right.
It's a Greek word. Yes, and I do want to say I thank everyone that's on the panel for sharing their perspective, because it is all appreciated. To everyone that's up here, I really do appreciate that you're coming up here and sharing your perspective, because it is all truth. It is all, we are all one, regardless if we have opposing views. We're still, like Sophia just said, you're just giving your own dimension, your own perspective, your own degree, right? The circle, 360 degrees, everyone is at a different point giving their perspective, regardless if we're seeing it from the same lens.
Yes, thank you. That will be all for me.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Love you.
Love you too. Okay, is this XZ? I don't know how to say your name. I'm just going to say the XZ. You can unmute. Hello.
Exotic.
Exotic. Oh, okay. Got you. Exotic. How are you?
Hi, I am Exotic. Nice to meet you all. I come in peace. I spread love and light and creativity.
Absolutely.
I am unaware of what's actually going on. I just joined just because I resonated with the frequency of this live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're specifically today, particularly today, we're deconstructing Christianity. For the most part, we talk about the awareness of self and how the Bible is a book about the awareness of self, of the I am. And so, but we do want to put a spotlight on the incongruencies and inconsistencies of the Christian doctrine.
Okay, I'm not religious. I'm more about myself and just learning myself and just.
Yeah, so you could share and talk about that, what your path and your journey has been like. Were you religious at any point, or practice? Like I said, religion is a practice, and when I'm talking about religion, I'm not talking about our individual way of life. I'm talking about the doctrine of Christianity, or any organization that tries to bind the mind and put fear into you as a way to manipulate and control. That's what I mean by religion.
Yes. To be completely transparent, I was actually never into Christianity or anything religious. It just never resonated with my soul, honestly.
Okay, cool.
I never truly understood it. It was just something that just it was just around, and I just grew up around it. It was nothing I was actually interested in. As far as going to church and studying the Bible and all of that, I was never interested in that. But I came as I just live, I understand now that I am in, I would say, a video game, as I am the player just trying to beat the game. I wouldn't say try. as of now, currently, I know that I am one with everything. I am experiencing me and what I've created. But I honestly don't want to just get into depth of this whole thing, but I am aware of what's going on around me and how I can manipulate my life and make it to what I desire. Yes.
Love it. That's all we've been saying. That's what this platform is about. It's just I come on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Tomorrow we'll be doing a book club. It'll be the last week for our book club. We'll be finishing Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness. Wednesdays we specifically talk about manifesting, which is what you just said, manipulating the reality to conform to whatever you desire it to be. And so,
Yes.
and understanding that that's all mind, right? That's your awareness, that's your consciousness.
Yes, it's all mind power. We are all more than what we see, what's presented. Just live in whatever it is. Just live in that energy. And the universe will, those that know, understand.
Yep. Just here to remember who you are. And like you said, it's a one-player game. It's a one-player game. And everyone in your reality is playing the role based on the script that you wrote. So instead of being mad at the role player, the characters in the script, just rewrite the script.
Yes, just be aware of what's going on and what you are doing and the energy that you put out.
Yeah. And if you don't like it, you have the right to change it. It's no harm, no foul. Just rewrite the script. Just change it. That's all you have to do. Be aware of what you're doing. If you don't like it, change it up. Yep. Was that all you had for us, Exotic?
Yes, honestly.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm gonna move to June Tune. Hello, June. Long time no see. How are you?
Hi, Prosperous. Long time no see. I still be popping in here. I still be in the room. I still be
okay.
Today, what's going on? I still come and get my heart mixed too when I can. I actually just been working. First I wanted to I wanted to comment on the comment of where the guy felt like he literally had to make it known that you weren't the greatest creator, yet still acknowledging you a creator, but felt the need to humble you. Like that is, and I'm finna tell you, that's what's wrong. That's why, as a world of consciousness, that's why we can't elevate the way we're supposed to. Because why, if you see me as a creator of my own world, and I see you as a creator of your own world, why do you feel the need to come over here into my world to try to humble me? Like, no, that means that I must be living in the image of the creator of all for you to be that threatened, for you to feel the need to humble me. I must be tapped into that creation and where you want to be, to where you felt like that you needed to bring me down to remind me that I was still having a human experience, like something that we are all aware that we are having a human experience. We are those who allow their conscience to go higher. We understand that we live in a human experience, but don't try to bring me down because haven't reached a certain level in your consciousness,
right?
Justify your feeling of whatever you have towards me,
right? He
to feel
didn't.
the need to attack me. Like, that's crazy. That's why the world got a problem right now.
But here's the thing. I didn't feel attacked. It was funny. And who cares? Right? Like,
Right.
like it doesn't change anything.
Right. And that's the point I'm making. This is why as a collective, and all of us, all these so woke conscious people, this is why. Because you know why? Because everybody's so focused on how high a person is in their conscience, instead of coming together where you are in your conscience and understanding that we are still one to a higher frequency. Like, what? I gotta humble you. Like, no, humble yourself. Humble yourself. Lower yourself. Don't try to lower me. Lower yourself.
Right. I come to the realization, I'm like the Christ. Forgive them, Father. They know not what they're doing. Right? Like, you just can't even be mad at people that still sleep. It's like, it's not even in you anymore, because it's just like, why am I going to be mad to those who have not awakened? I can't make you awaken. You ever tried to wake somebody up that was deep sleep and was really tired?
But you know, the dangerous part is they feel like they are awake, though. The fact that you feel like you woke to where you came over to try to... what people don't understand is they tell on themselves. You show your own reflection. You're not bringing a mirror to me as a person. You're reflecting yourself and where you at in your own growth when you do that to a person. That's the point I'm making. When you try to reflect and try to humble somebody else, where you really doing is showing where you at spiritually and mentally. You're not bringing attention to no other person. So if that's what you thought, I just wanted to comment on that. And then I wanted to comment on that comment of the special people, and you having a certain well, I say special people. I'm going to leave it at that because I have a sister, and the thing I wanted to comment about that because I have a sister that is of special needs. Well, I was raised with my sister when she was of special needs. She's no longer here. But one thing I noticed, and I'm raised by people of the South, one thing that I noticed about people in the Southern states, we don't look at a person with special needs. We actually look at them as more special, and we actually look at them as more close to God. We don't treat them as if they don't have the abilities that we have. We did not treat her
right. That's why I wanted him to
treat her different.
Right. That's why I was trying to get it. Where's he going with this? What are you talking about? Like, what? What are we saying?
Right. And to say that they do not have the full experience and that they're not experienced, that shame on you for you to even think that you were that tap into where you could feel like that you were the creator of all. Shame on you for even thinking that, because if we all here having an experience, who are you to say that you limited their experience based upon their mobility of what you think an experience of God should be? Right. Actually, if you really want to think, the way that they brain work is a lot more creative, and the way that they see life is a lot more beautiful. And the things that we worry about, they do not worry about. In the places that we cannot be free, they are free. So when you ask, can they have a full God experience? They probably having a more full of a God experience than we are, because they don't see the part of what you call hell. So all of their life is heaven to them, whether or not you feel like in their physical mobility that they can't do anything, that they live in hell. No, baby, in their mind, they're in heaven. Yeah. Because you have to think about it, like, even with them having special needs, they have to be catered to. And if you want to sit and think of it in a positive light, well, God sent me into this world for all time. Yep. So can I consider myself royalty? Just not on what you think it is, but I'm still being tended to every waking hour of the day. Something that us who have mobility want to be. Yep. Where we trying to get rich to have people cater to us, and that way I get to have it for free.
That part.
A special person has all the full experience of God. There's your answer, and I know that for a fact because I was raised with my sister, and she lived life beautifully. Yeah. She didn't have no worries. She didn't have to worry about anything. And the people that tended to her and the people who tend to those people, what you have to understand is you're not helping them. If anything, God put them in a place of your life for you to be able to be open to receive blessings, to learn life, and to see life from a different perspective. Yes, I love it. Sometimes we tend to think that we are the answer. No, sometimes the person that God placed in our life may be the answer in front of us, and are your eyes open enough to receive it, or do you feel as if you know everything to where you cannot learn anything? Right. It's when we cut our learning off, and it's when we cut off, oh, we know too much, or we know enough already, to where we can't see past. That's what makes us get stuck. We can no longer, we get so full of ourselves and a knowing of finding out part of information, then we don't go no deeper than that. You want to sit and give the little information that you gave as the answer to everybody, when there's other people that has explored them same answers that you have just received and maybe explored them in depth. So to think that you have just the answer, and then like you said, there are so many right answers to one particular subject that there may not even really be a wrong, because it's all different perceptions and all different points of views to why a person's brain gave them that perception that they gave them.
Yeah.
Now, what we can be open to is to understanding what made you think that way, and if we agree to that, if we accept an agreement with you and your perception and can see it that way, and even if we can't see it that way, that doesn't mean that you're wrong.
Right.
It just means that I'm not able to see it from your perspective. Like I'm not there in that mental space to see it from your perspective.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that I'm never going to see it from your perspective. Just maybe somewhere down the line where I'm not even expecting to see it from your perspective might pop up later on in my life. Like sometimes all information that we receive is not have to be used right then and there in that moment. Sometimes we can get that information for later points in our life, later on down the line. Like just store it. All information is stored. They said that the trees store so much information, has so much knowledge. You don't see the trees going around parading, saying all of what they know.
Love it. Love it. Oh my goodness. Oh, I love your perspective. I'm glad you enlightened us on that, because yes, as a child, yes, I saw I just had one cousin. He was actually like my uncle. He had married into a family, and her child was special needs, but he was like where he couldn't walk, couldn't talk, or whatever. So that was my only experience with the special needs being. But to look at his life and try to downplay it because he didn't have what we consider to be the mental capacity or the mobility, as you said, to say that his life was insignificant or that he wasn't loved as God or he didn't have the spirit of God. You know what I'm saying? Or to say, like, I cannot sit here and try to tell you that because you hooked his brain up to a machine, that machine is right about his ability to imagine.
Right.
Peace, joy, love. Like, what are we doing? Like, why are you trying to reduce his experience down to what you can, be able to measure with a machine? It's like the self-righteousness and the self-righteous indignation of religious-minded people with this superiority complex is mind-boggling. But I get it, because I used to be a Christian. So I know this whole God for me, he against everybody else, right? If God is for me, in their mind, that means God is against everything else.
And that's another thing that blows me too. Like Christians, but are you really following the Christ conscience? Like, because if Jesus seen everything as pure and he seen no wrong in others, like that's where it really starts. That's what really is mind blowing to me. How can the man whom y'all say y'all follow is pure and see no wrong and no one, and he's seen everything as pure? How can you then, as a human who you say you're not God and you're just a follower, how can you then put yourself in a place of power then to where you can cast judgment and say what is wrong and what is right? That is mind-blowing to me every time. Like you say you follow Jesus, he's pure, and he did not see anything as impure, but you as a follower, you still can see me as something impure. You still can cast judgment on me. The moment you put your eyes on me, the moment that I don't add up to what it is of your perception of where you think that life should say I should be at, like, that is so mind-blowing to me. So then Christians feel that their religion is attacked, when really it's not the religion that's attacked, it's really your actions and what it is that you are portraying, following the man that you say you believe. Because it's like when we see the man you say you believe, y'all probably doing two different things. He's doing one thing and you're doing a whole other thing, and yet you're putting his name on it though. You stamping your wrongs with his name though. So then would that not make you hypocritical then in the religion in which you say you believe in? Are you truly following what it is you believe in? Do you really believe in the God that you saying that you believe in, that you want everybody else to believe in?
I think that what I'm starting to learn is from me talking to a lot of people that subscribe to this Christian faith, this doctrination. A lot of people identities are intertwined with this religion. So essentially, when you are bringing a different perspective than the perspective that's intertwined with the identity, when they feel more, even though you talking about you be talking to as far as like the mind shape that shaped from all that, they feel like you attacking their identity. You know what I'm saying? Because their identity is kind of intertwined with the religion. So when you speaking on the religion, they feel like you are essentially attacking them.
I'm glad you said that, because you know what? Just like I said, that goes to make my point of what I said earlier. The perception that they're putting off on you is really the reflection of where they at in their life, their self, because just what you said. You feel like I'm attacking your identity, so by you always feeling like your identity is attacked, before you even give me a chance to even show you my identity, you already attacked me.
Right. So look, right. So I don't know if you remember this movie, right? But it's gonna further broaden what we put it down. So like the Matrix movie. You remember when, after he gave Neo the pill and then he brought Neo into the Matrix, and the people was walking past him, and Morpheus was telling Neo, like, these people don't understand, like, we're here to help liberate the people, but being that the people is so intertwined within the system, they defend the same system we're here to liberate them from. You want what I'm saying to you? So that's why Yeshua was like, forgive them for they do not know what they do. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Because I understand that, like, so okay, for example, so when I'm talking to them, right, it's not that I'm attacking them per se, right? Exactly. I'm not even attacking them, but I'm attacking the thought, right? And I understand that the thought is a conditioning of the system that their identity is intertwined with. If that makes sense, hopefully.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I'm not necessarily attacking them, but this is how they feel. That's why I get the blowback. Big sis, she get the blowback that she gets her blowback. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, we understand, like, Ephesians 6:12, we understand that we don't wrestle with flesh and blood. We understand that we are not each other's opposition, right? And if we want to point any fingers, it's not to be pointed at flesh and blood. It's to be pointed at the systems, right? The real problem is a systematic problem. It's not a people problem per se, right? Because the people are like the Hydra. You cut one head off, 3 more gonna grow, right? But yet the same system is gonna keep singing the same tune, right? So is it truly the people, or is it the systems that they're putting in place? You get what I'm saying to you?
Well, the people is what makes the systems realistic, and that's why this is why what I really find odd when people comes to Prosperous platform, because she's not forcing religion down nobody's throat. She's not telling you what God to believe in. If anything, I feel like the point in which people is missing is what she's really showing you is learn to think for yourself. What do you feel within inside yourself? Not outside of yourself, not what somebody else told you. What do you feel? Because it's plenty of times when I would go to church and I would sit up there and I listen to the pastor and I'd be like, oh no, I know he lying. You know what I'm saying? But if I say that out loud in the church, and I know that the church is gonna take me like, oh, the pastor right, whatever come out of his mouth is right. No, that you would say that because you can't think for yourself. I think for myself. You know what I'm saying? I sit and read the word for myself. I sit and study the word myself. I sit with myself.
A program. It's not that he's lying. He's teaching a.
But that's not the point I'm making is people have to know how to think for themselves. What do you feel for yourself? What is your perception of that thing? Not somebody else's perception of what they told you. What is your insight on that thing? And once we learn to understand what we think, what we feel, not what somebody outside us feel, because this is the point she keeps trying to make. Think for yourself. Think for yourself. When we could think for ourselves.
Think for yourself, but it doesn't mean you can't go into any church.
I never said that. I never said
hold
that.
Hold on, Nice Weather. We don't talk out of turn. We go in order, and so we'll let you have your space to speak. But we have someone that's ahead of you that was on the panel first. And so if you're done, then we'll go to Teddy Girl. If you're
okay,
done.
yeah, you can go to Teddy.
Okay.
Yeah, because Teddy gonna be a little short today. I've got to go. I said I was gonna fry fish. I wish I hadn't said that, but it's okay.
That's okay.
It's gonna be good. No, and I gotta go get some stuff that I want to do get up with. Listen, oh wow, I love this. I can't say that enough. That I'm so glad I gravitated to this platform because, just like she said, for number one, that's all I ever do. I have to be if I ever had to be a witness, you do not try to change anybody's anything. Just like the young lady just said, you just you even have opened me up, even though, in other words, you opened me up to come up with more stuff, like more things. In other words, I was already there. I didn't construct all that, deconstructed, but just more things in my mind are constantly right there, focused on a lot. Mm-hmm. And I love that. I want to thank you for that. But this is two things I was going to say. The self, let me share this. When someone was speaking of like that self-righteous, real quick. I was on a panel last night that were also some younger people, not them, but somebody else, and it was a good panel. And I was trying to figure something out. This is something that came to me since I've been talking to you. I've been on your thing. My mind just been moving about different stuff in religion and blah blah blah. So I was like, why do they do this? This one. It was two things. Number one, I'm not. You're grateful. You can be grateful for all things. My thing is that when people say, he woke me. I pray. What they say. You woke me up this morning. Mm-hmm. I thank God he woke me up this morning. He didn't have to do it, and he woke me up. Some people didn't get up this morning. See, they had that part. Some people did. And I was thinking just recently, like, well, yeah. But one day we're not gonna get up. I mean, I'm just saying. So what do you do then? What are you supposed to do? You mad at him now? Well, I don't know. So wait a minute. No, seriously. So wait a minute.
That's funny. That's true. That's true.
And so wait, here go one more. Now this one is a little like you said, but I still understand it. It's not. Okay, I lost two nephews in a car accident years ago. They're very close to us. Blah blah blah. So people were saying like, not people weren't saying this, but people say this. They'll say, oh, you know what? You hear people say, how can I put it? We was in I'm gonna give a hypothetical. Yeah, I had somebody in a car accident and the car was wrecked and totaled, and they walked out. They walked out with nothing. God blessed us. We were so blessed. God blessed us. And so then you left to think, well, wait, was we cursed? What are you saying here? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm like, even though I knew we weren't, I'm just saying, why you make that a comparable, thing? Like, did that make we curse and we not curse? Nobody knows how they will exit this one. Okay. So that's one thing. Then I got to always leave you with this with Prosper. Listen real quick. And this is just, I love it. I had to make an appointment today with a doctor. So I called. I don't do this often. I don't have to do this often. Really, I don't. So I'm making an appointment, and while I'm on the phone, I have a friend named Dominique. And Dominique is a person who I know she works for this particular hospital, and she's also an operator for that. I thought she was I didn't know what she was operating for. I really thought it was for appointment people, when you make appointments. Mm-hmm. So while I'm waiting, I'm going, Dominique, please answer. I just want this thing to go easy because I don't like none of this. Dominique, just answer. Dominique, I hope you work at this office or whatever, not office, this center, center, call center. Dominique, please answer. When the lady, she said, hello, Dominique speaking. How may I help you? But it wasn't her. It wasn't.
But it was a Dominique. It was a Dominique, just not your Dominique.
Yeah, what about that nigga? But I did that. Come on now, don't tell me about no coincidence.
I know, right?
I ain't going there. I ain't going there.
I know, no coincidence.
No coincidence. I literally conjured up the person by the name of Dominique.
Yes.
I never said Dominique, my friend.
Yeah, you just said Dominique. Come on, Dominique. And the Dominique answered. Hey.
I wanted to share those things with you guys and just say I love y'all.
Love
and
it.
I definitely will be in tomorrow. I don't have nothing planned for tomorrow morning.
Okay.
It's Zoom meeting tomorrow morning.
Okay, yes. All right.
All right. Y'all have a blessed one. Talk
You
to
too.
later.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Love it. Love it. See, that's how it works. That's how it works. All right. Nice weather. You can unmute.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that everybody has their own God. Nobody can tell you what God is.
Right.
It's how you interpret your highest level of understanding.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We agree.
And that's what makes religion toxic, is that it's tribal. It tries to gather a flock and then pit one flock against another flock. Like the Muslims and the Christians, they're going at it every day, and they fight each other within each flock.
Yep.
There's no need to have a heart attack over the search for God.
Right. All you gotta do is look in the mirror.
Yeah, you could just I say get to know yourself. That's
That's the God. The God you've been looking for is right there in the mirror. The man in the mirror.
Yeah, it's your hopes, your dreams, for the most part, religious people are very toxic. They're sarcastic. They'll gossip about you. They're hypocrites. They go against their own scriptures. Their own scriptures tell them not to gossip. Yes. But the moment you disagree with them, they're gossiping about you.
So true. So true. That's what I'm saying. Most religious folks don't live the life that they proclaim.
Well, they're getting caught up in the game because religion is really a game.
It is.
It's a competition.
It is.
It's how many chapters and verses you can memorize.
Yep. And who to blame for the losses, and who to celebrate for the gains. So if you have a loss, if you have a negative experience, the devil did it. If you have a positive, well, God is on your side.
All the heroes of religions were cult leaders.
Yep. You have to be careful. Go ahead.
Some of them may have started off with good intentions. It's really up to the individual how you interpret Jesus. You can look at Jesus as a simple little Jewish guy who is trying to fix Judaism, or you can look at him as an alien coming to bring a new God.
Yep. Some people believe that too. All perspective. I look at him as he didn't never exist. He's just a story in a book. He's just a character in a book.
Yeah, you can see
that's how I look at him. I look at him as a character in the book. That's all Jesus is to me. He's a character in the book. He's an archetype.
This world's full of heroes and villains. So the devil is like the personification of the villain.
Yep. I say that all the time. It's a comic book, right? You gotta keep Lex Luthor around, or else what would Superman do?
Yeah, the God and the devil, they sort of have a conversation happening.
Yep. They're a unified front. They're the police, right? The good cop, bad cop. I'm gonna play the good, but they're on the same team though. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like the image of the yin yang. To me, that sort of shows the duality of life. Like when I do something good, like maybe putting up a fence between our properties, you're my neighbor, you're going to see that as bad. Like, well, why is he putting a fence up? That's bad. So one person's good is another person's bad.
Yeah. And I believe I accept that when you awaken, you're to transcend the dual mindset. You're no longer to see life as a wrong or right, a good or bad. You're to see it all as one. It's a paradox.
Yeah, I would like to. I don't know if I'm quite there yet. I just see the world right now as chaos. Everything's chaotic. It's just, I don't think we're supposed to find happiness. We're supposed to find peace.
And so you can have peace and happiness? You have to choose?
Well, happiness is nice if you could get that, but everybody should be able to find some peace and quiet.
Oh, but happiness is a choice, right?
Yeah, but happiness is also an energy that comes out of peace. I don't think you get peace from happiness. I think you got to find a peace of mind first. You got to quiet your mind.
Yeah.
Like all the people that have pissed you off, those voices are running in your head, even if it's 20 years ago. We keep reliving these nightmares from our past, like bad family relationships. We keep reliving it. So we have to be able to like forgive those energies, forgive the energies.
I agree. Yeah. So you don't keep reliving the experiences of the past. You have to forgive, which means give forth, and to let go, which means you actually have to forget about it. I know people don't like to do that. People like to like, no, I can forgive you, but I can't forget. Then you haven't forgiven. Because if you're keeping me in that same state, if you're keeping me in the same reality in which you experienced, you really haven't forgiven me. Because you're going to keep bringing it up. And you're going to keep holding me to that past experience, which means you haven't forgiven me. Because you haven't forgotten about it.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean you have to call up the bad blood and reopen the you can let people go out of your life. You don't have to keep people in your life. Life is so short. You might as well,
But you know what happens? You know what happens when you have the peace? They automatically go away if they don't match it. You don't even have to do anything. You could just be living your best life. And those who are not attracted to the light will never find it. And those who are attracted to it, they come in droves. So you don't have to worry about, and I know a lot of times we get caught up in the friendships that end up changing, right? That we lose some friendships, but then we gain others. You have to not look at it as a loser gain. You just have to look at what's aligning with your true self, right? So if I let go of religion and all of that it stands for, well, yeah, it's going to be it's going to be not hard. I'm not going to say hard, but 9 times out of 10, you're not going to attract someone into your experience that's hardcore Jesus. And I'm saying, well, Jesus didn't even exist. Right? And then your whole life is about Jesus. Well, how can two walk together unless they be agreed? Say that again.
You know, there's been lots of messiahs that have come and gone over the years.
That's what I'm saying. Right.
Like, I can name a few right now. There's David Koresh. He was a Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
There was Jim Jones. There's a guy in Australia right now.
Really?
He says he's Jesus.
Really?
Yep. And then there's Reverend Moon out of South Korea. Reverend Moon, he thinks he's a Jesus.
Oh my goodness. See, we have present day Jesuses. Look at that. And here's the thing. We're all Jesus. We're all the God of our own experience.
You're the hero in your own story.
Exactly. Only difference between us and those gentlemen, those men that you just named, we're not trying to form communities and be lord of anyone else. That's the difference, right? They want to lord. They want to be the king. They want to be the God of their community. They want people to come to them and ask for permission and ask, well, what should I do? Or where should I go? Or how should I be? And then they're going to decree, I decree you live this way. I decree you live that way. I decree you eat this. Don't eat that. Drink this. Don't drink that. Wear this. Don't wear that. Right? They want,
Okay. Power corrupts. I think when you try to be too much of a hero, like look at Michael Jackson. He lost his mind. He became too big. He started sleeping with children. Like he got himself in trouble. And he started telling everybody it's okay to sleep with children. He set himself up.
Who was this?
Even if he was,
I'm sorry.
Even if Michael Jackson, innocent. Even if I love Michael Jackson, but even if he's innocent, he opened himself up to a lot of demonic attacks because he became too much like Jesus.
I don't. That's when I disagree. I don't believe that Michael Jackson messed with children. I believe Michael Jackson. I believe
he made himself vulnerable.
Right, to give the perception that he was doing something, but too many people say he was really a safe space for them because Michael Jackson
did. At the end, he looked like a woman at the end.
My thing is, was that even Michael? We don't know if that was Michael. I mean, this word is so make believe. But here's the thing: I don't want to talk about. I don't things I don't know for certain. I don't really want to touch on because it's all speculation. It's all speculation because we weren't. The children that were there said he did nothing. So I can only go by those who actually interacted with him. So I don't know. I don't touch that. Here's the thing: that's the world, and I don't want to really talk about what the world got going on because the world.
No, I'm just talking about celebrities. Look at Britney Spears. Now she's getting arrested again.
But that's what I'm saying. You talking about the world though? Like
what I'm saying. You're not tracking. Celebrities are like gods. They're built up like idols.
Okay, I agree.
And it goes to their head. These musicians, when they go on a concert tour and they're performing for 50,000 people, they can't go to sleep. There's so much. They're
like Lady Gaga. They live for the applause, right? Yeah, they live for They like to be idol. Yeah, I get it. But I can't say that there's anything wrong with it. Here's the thing: the people have to take some ownership too. Like we just can't say it's the idol. We also have to put the onus on the idolizers. You're the one choosing to idolize these people.
No, I say when you try to become a hero, you become the villain in your own story. You're too much of a hero. Yeah, and then you become the bad person.
That's what I'm saying. No saviors, right? This is what I remember. No saviors, because when you become a savior, you also become a martyr. They unalive saviors. That's why you don't want to be a savior. You ain't here to save nobody. You can't save people anyway. And like you said, the thing that you thought would happen, you're going to get the opposite, right? You thought that, you were adored for a moment until you weren't, right? They put you on a pedestal. They build you up to tear you down. That's why you don't let the world dictate who you are.
Remember when Prince came out with Purple Rain? He was a god. But towards the end, his knees were all trashed from jumping off speakers in his platform shoes. He wrecked his body. Same with Michael Jackson. By the time Michael Jackson died, his body was like an old man.
Well, he wasn't the only. You had what's his name? Elvis. You had all of these people were. That's why the world tries to show you, stop putting your faith and trust in something outside of you. Stop lifting other beings up. They're just like you. No one's greater, no one's lesser. They're all reflections of you. People have to stop putting others on pedestals. The world is constantly showing you what happens when you idolize another being. When you place people on pedestals, it shows you they're always going to disappoint you. Always. They're always going to disappoint. Because the mirror should only have been for self and not for others.
I don't think we're meant to be glorified, human worship is not healthy.
No, we're not. Yeah.
And so if you think about it, when Jesus was getting worshipped, it probably went to his head. If there was a Jesus, it probably went to his head. And then he becomes a cult leader. Same with Muhammad. Muhammad gets popular. Everybody's basically worshiping him. And then Muhammad starts going off to battle. So he becomes a god. Same with Buddha. I'm sure Buddha I don't know if you guys realize it, but in Buddhism, they had their own set of slaves. There's a dark history of Buddhism.
That's what I'm saying. People try to make Buddhism be this love and light. No, our religion is steeped in fear, control, and manipulation. If Buddhism they had their hell mindset too, because they called it karmic debt. They say that's why they told people, the reason why you're poor is that you're paying a debt because of past lives. So you got to make sure that you lived a certain type of life now, so you don't have to have in your next life, you're not some feared animal or some feared slave or some feared part of society that you don't want to have to pay a karmic debt for. It's manipulation.
That's not Buddhist. That's Hindu. That's that Hindu.
It's Buddhism too.
That's that Vedic. That's the Vedic. That's that Vedic teaching. They teach that.
They teach it in Buddhism. Is it Buddhism too? They all have some type of karmic debt.
Hinduism and Buddhism are closely connected.
They are.
They're not the same. They're not the same. Look, listen.
I'm not
They're
saying
not
that.
the
I'm not
same.
saying they're
No, I'm
same,
saying they're
but I'm talking about from a religious aspect. I'm not talking about the esoteric teaching. I'm talking about the religion. All religion is to
Right.
bind you and to
I
manipulate
agree.
you and to
I
control you.
agree. I agree with what you're saying, but so okay. So can I get this perspective, Big Sis, if
Yeah,
you don't mind?
yeah. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to defend it or nothing, but I'm just trying to get you to see a perspective that I'm willing to put down. So the same way how like Christianity and all these religions were hijacked, right? Right. So it was given to us for us to take it esoterically, right? But then you had the hijackers that took it and made it exoteric. So the perspective I'm trying to put down essentially is the same way how it was for that dynamic is the same way how it was with the Hindus and the Buddha.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We're in agreement
You
there.
understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That's it. That's
I
what I'm trying
agree.
to do.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. Yeah. I'm saying that I'm talking about the religious aspect, not the original teaching. Two different things, right? Because you're talking about the original teaching versus those who got in power and place of authority, right? Anytime you put somebody in a place of authority, like Nice Weather was saying, that type of mindset ends up making you feel like you are to lord over another being, and we were never to lord over another being because we're all God in human form. We're all just supposed to live our own life and can be concerned with us and love others. Love others. And love does not have anything to do with control or coercion or manipulation or hurt or harm. Love doesn't do that. Fear does, though. Fear does. Fear most certainly does. Go ahead, the artiste, and then we'll go to
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
You can go to Candy first. You can go to Candy.
Oh, okay. Hello,
I
Candy.
have a question.
Yes.
It's not my first time, but it's a bit scary talking to adults. But
How old are you?
just prefer not to say, but I'm just interested because I have my own views on some stuff and my family doesn't really support it. So I want I want an adult to help me.
Well, how old are you specifically? How old are we talking? Are you in your teens?
Yeah, I'm teen.
You're what?
Yeah, I'm a teenager.
Oh, Toy is her life.
They say she underage.
Yeah, I know.
But I mean, this is not an adult themed. This is a way of life. So, we'll see what your questions is, and then I'll see if I want to answer it. Go ahead.
Okay. So just to be sure, this is not a Christian thing, right? It's more of atheist. Okay, so I don't know how to ask, but everyone around me is starting to convince me that Christianity is the only answer. But I know every part of me there's no part of me that can physically get myself into religion because I don't know anything about it, and I feel like it's just a fairy tale to me.
Well,
Yeah,
go with
do
your
read-
heart. Go with your heart, because I can't tell you what to do. This is something that,
Okay.
and I would just only suggest. But again, you have to make the choice that you don't allow others to convince you of something that goes against your own heart. Right? Something that you truly believe within yourself. Don't let others try to convince you through fear by telling you, oh, well, God, if you don't serve God in this way, then look for punishment. Look for, that's fear. They want you to do it out of trying to get out of punishment. And that's not love. But again, go with your heart. Go with what's inside of you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Another part is I'm scared to tell people that I don't have a religion. So I'm scared I won't be accepted into groups and all because I do go to church, but I don't really want to. And my friends there, they have different point of view than me. Yeah, so it's just I don't know what to do. Like,
You could say you believe in yourself.
okay, but I also don't want to sound like selfish because I really care for them as a friend.
Really? That's selfish?
Yeah, I'm scared to.
Take it easy on her. She sounds young. Okay, so.
Well, my thing is, unless they're trying to get you to go be a missionary, I don't, them talking about God. Here's the thing: do you believe in God?
I don't believe that there's any God.
Okay, and so is the conversations always centered about like trying to tell people about Jesus?
They keep telling me that once I say the prayer, I accepted Christ into my heart, but like I don't feel it.
Okay, well, it's okay. That's okay. I don't think you need to do anything differently. Here's what I know. Fear is not freedom. There's no security, there's no safety, there's no joy in fear. So maybe have a question, maybe just have a conversations with them. And the questions that you're having, post them to your friends and see what their answers are. Because the reason why you don't, there has to be that you're questioning or you have a different perspective as to why you don't agree with this teaching. And so I don't think there's ever anything wrong with conversations. They're either going to not answer or change the subject, and then it's a win-win for you. Yep. So, you don't have to, I understand when you're a child and you under your parents' roof and they're taking you to church, but it's not something that you agree with. Basically, you kind of just got to act like you are a star in your own movie and you're playing a role. And the role that you're playing is a Christian girl, but it's just a role, it's just a character. So it's not something that you actually are, it's something that you're playing a role of. And so you can play the part for them, make them think that that you're an obedient little girl, but in your heart, I ain't really rocking with this. It's cool though. I'll just to appease my parents until I'm an adult and I'll go my own way. But right now, I'll just play the role. I'll play the part. I'm a character in a movie. It doesn't really matter anyway, because it really doesn't. It does not matter if you pretend to be something you're not until you're old enough and you have the right to make your own choices. Right now, you're kind of under your parents, you're under their roof, but you know within yourself that this is not something you identify with. So if you know within you're being true to yourself, because that's all you can really be, is be true to yourself. Because here's my thing. What are your parents going to do to you if you say that you don't believe in Jesus? Like, what's the worst that could happen? If you're honest with them and say, you know what, I don't really believe this. What's the worst that could happen? With being honest. Because what's wrong with being honest? Go ahead, Latoxic.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just saying I think she might have lost service or something like that. Or
yeah.
That was Sophia that said her phone died. Someone else. Okay.
Because I'm like, okay, you tell your parents you don't agree, what they gonna do?
Yeah, I don't know. She's from a different country.
Yeah.
So my mindset is it might be a little bit more strict over there.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. What's going to happen if you say that, it's really,
And can I say something?
Go ahead.
Can I say something to her? Because I understand what that's like, and I'm gonna speak from an orphan child perspective, because as an orphan child, you really are, you're not with your parents, so you really under the care of another adult, and depending on wherever that the adult state of mind is. But what I'm gonna say, what I learned as an orphan child is, I learned at an early age to protect my thoughts and my feelings within myself. It was a lot of things that I didn't agree with in the environment that I was raised around, and I was forced to go to church all the time. And it was some things that I seen in the church because I've always had a spiritual knowing, and there was things that I always knew that I always would. I was one of them kids. I was very free in thinking, and my grandmother, she was spiritual too, but she kind of did give me room to be myself, but at the same time, I was under her rules. So, you know, like the old people, what old people say, you in my house, for me in my house, you will serve the Lord.
Yep.
So it's still one of those things where I still had to get up and still go to church. But what I can say is take what it is that you do agree with, and don't be so quick to dismiss everything, because some of that stuff and what you learning and some of that stuff you seeing, it is going to pay off later. But just still keep. But what I do want you to focus on is how you feel and what you really think about it. Because what I did learn later on in life, like a lot of the stuff that I was thinking about and a lot of the stuff that I did believe, that I did go against them and what they didn't believe in, God was showing me like you was right in your thinking all along. And it was later on in life when I got grown. So I still always still say, dang, I'm still glad that I still kept my mind. I'm still glad that I still thought the way I thought, because it still paid off for me later. So I would say is, just keep your own thoughts and keep your own thoughts protected for yourself. Nobody else have to know your thoughts. What you believe and what you feel on the inside, you don't have to express them. So when you don't never tell nobody what you thinking and what you feeling, nobody will never know. So it's like moving in silence. Move in silence to protect yourself and what it is you really feel and what you really believe for yourself. That's what I want to say.
That's true, because the moment you start talking about something, someone's going to give you a different opinion.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, and being a child under that tutelage of, under that instruction, it depending on the type of church, right? Because there are different brands of Christianity. Some are prosperity based, some are fire and brimstone based, and then you have others, they're somewhere in the middle. So it depends on what is the pastor, what is his end goal, right? Because some of them are just in it for the money, in it for the authority, in it for control. That it depends on what that ministry really entails. So, if it's prosperity based, hey, they just want your money. They just want you to tithe to get a blessing. So, they don't really preach hell fire in these prosperity. They're more about how to, how they can figure out how they can get more money so they can live a great life and have you playing the lottery through them. That's what's so interesting about the prosperity gospel.
Because really sad. It's almost criminal that it goes like that.
Yeah, because they have to make faith be money. In the prosperity gospel, and your faith is your money.
And they got the charity tax free status, so it's like a double problem.
Yeah, it's interesting. Religion is it's a whole. That's what I'm like. That's why I say that this world is make believe, because the more you uncover things, the more the world keeps showing you what's going on in different areas of it. The more you just like when you watch certain things on TV or entertainment and things you start hearing, you see how people do not consider other people. They're all about what they can get out of it. It's about what I can gain, how I can manipulate your desperation for my expansion. And the world has become all transactional. And people sell hope. People sell hope. And folks are buying it. So we have Solistic. Hello, Solistic. Welcome. You can unmute if you're still there.
Hi. Hi, everyone on the panel.
Hello.
I've been following you sometime last year when I started my deconstruction. So I just kind of wanted to share like basically my perspective so far. And yeah, like I've been on your panel for a little bit, like, well, not ever talking, but just like just observing and kind of trying to understand. And basically, like, I've just been trying to like unlearn the fear that I was indoctrinated with. So I basically grew up in the church, and I went to a Christian school, and then like, so basically I was like basically at church every day of the week, because the church was right by the school. So we had like a lot of, you know, religious practices, praying before school meals, and like, you know, praying before lunch, and like starting the day with prayer, like, and then I would have to go to church on Fridays, and I would even be at church on Saturdays because I was part of the church choir, and then like on Sundays we had like Sunday school and like all that stuff. So for me, like a lot of the fear that was kind of like learned that I have to unlearn was like they had this program that was very similar to that movie, I forgot the name of the movie, but it was like a really popular movie that they were showing everybody, and it really like stuck with me.
Like one of those Left Behind type movies?
It was like the Jesus movie where he was like put on the cross. Like they basically like had him. They had.
Oh, was it a motion
Bible.
picture? Was it a motion picture? Like, was it at the movies? Was it the show? Like the
Yeah, it was. No, it was a movie that they kept replaying.
Oh,
The Coming of the Christ or something.
yeah,
like
that was the Passion of the Christ.
The Passion of the Christ. Yeah.
Yep, that was. Yeah, that was. Yeah, I saw that when I was still in church when I went to go see that. Yep, I was still in church when I went to see that. I remember that.
So that movie, and then they had this they would have like different I guess like they would have like church, like a program, kind of like a, I don't know how to explain it, but basically like they would have like this thing called during Christmas they would have like this different productions and stuff, like acting out stuff, but like it just basically, some of it kind of just brought fear to me. Like they would have a lot of heaven and hell stuff acting out, and it kind of just like really stuck in my mind. So when I was deconstructing, like I had a lot of, I don't know, I just had a lot of stuff to unlearn with fear. And like, you know, just being okay with like when I was trying to break out of that like mindset, like I kind of had thoughts like, okay, like if I am okay with my beliefs now, I have to be okay with what if I, you know, am wrong and then I end up going to hell. Like I would just have just so much thoughts like crippling me in a way, because but then I kind of broke out of that mindset too, because I'm just like, that's fair, and that's like like you were brainwashed, you were programmed to think a certain way and believe a certain way, and like a lot of the stuff that I believe now makes so much more sense to me. And like when I was praying about my beliefs, like I just kind of felt led to like your page that came on my FYP and stuff. So like, you know, there's certain things that kind of just helped me to feel better. And I guess now, like, I basically feel like I'm spiritually fluid. If, you know, like I call myself spiritually fluid or spiritual, or I believe like love is my religion. And I also just, like, I don't take the Bible as a literal book either. Like I don't believe it literally, because like if I do look at it literally, it doesn't make sense to me literally. So I just have to I take like the Bible as lessons, and I do see lessons out of like every religion, but I don't take the fair stuff. Like I my oldest sister she reconnected with African spirituality, and then I started like learning certain things from there, and but I don't really, I'm not subscribing to.
So does
Pardon?
African spirituality, does it still like deal with evil spirits?
I'm new to learning about it, but I just started learning about like Oshun.
Okay.
She has to do with the water, like the mother of the water. But I don't know about like any evil spirits. Like I know there are spirits like Oshun and Oya and those type of like the deities, I guess you would call them. But I honestly am just now learning about it, and I had just kind of did like recently a ritual, but I do need to learn a little bit more about that before like I don't know. Like I guess I'm in a place where like I feel like I'm fluid, like I accept everything, but I don't really fully subscribe to it. I don't know if that I don't know if that's like, if I shouldn't do that, but I feel like you can learn something from every religion and not really fully like be a part of it. Like because I feel like I basically did a ritual just basically trying to manifest money, and I felt like that was my way of kind of just trying to manifest in that way, because I was part of like a Zoom meeting, and they had people that were all like trying to manifest, and they basically were just chanting and using like money and water to manifest what they want this year, and what they want this month and what they want in this season. And I felt like that's like basically like I felt like that was good for manifestation, like not just writing it down, but actually starting to ask for it and pray for it, basically. So I like that, how that felt and stuff. So I just, I'm starting to kind of like learn different things and implement it into my life.
Yep.
And
You
I guess
you gotta go with your heart,
Yeah.
we all have a starting point and we have a path, and you just got to trust yourself and not put your trust so much in others, because that's the whole point of remembering who you are, is to put trust in self. And so sometimes, like, I know for me, when I started remembering who I was still looking outside of self, and I found myself still seeking for answers in others. So I went to a psychic. I was, listening to different people, present day. And I realized that I still wasn't trusting me, because I was still looking for someone else to lead me, for someone else to guide me, right? So you hear these people saying, oh, well, if you want certain things in life, you have to do these processes. You got to get these techniques. You got to do these things, right? And then the more I came to know myself, the more I came to trust in myself and believe in myself, I realized I didn't need any of those things. Those things were still trying to make me feel like I had to earn to get the thing. And there is no earning to get things. It's just and that's why I like Neville Goddard. I like Reverend Ike. I like Dr. Joseph Murray. I like those things, because it's not about what you do outwardly, it's what you do inwardly. And once you can get in that state of knowing that the thing you ask for already is yours, and you're only supposed to live from the state of having it, it will show up. And the techniques are just there. They're just like crutches. They're just like those things that you still kind of unsure of yourself. You still don't think that you can stand alone. And so you go and you lean on those things. So they're not wrong. I'm not saying that they're wrong. They help you to build your faith in you, where you come to realize you only need you. But is it wrong to do a vision board? Is it wrong to light a candle? Is it wrong to script it out? Is it wrong? None of those things are wrong. They're not wrong. If you have fun with them, if they make you feel good, if they increase your belief in knowing that the thing you asked for already belongs to you, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yep. It truly is about remembering your power, though, not believing in somebody else's ability. It's about believing in the spirit and the power that's in you. That's what you want to know, that my mind is the only creator in my reality. And once I can master that, nothing shall be impossible to me. And I'll never have to go seeking in another that which is already within me. I have the answer. The answer is here. I just gotta get familiar with me. I just gotta get to know me. I just gotta get to know myself, my power, my ability. Yep. And you'll be led to do what feels right to you, what feels comfortable to you, right? It's like someone mentioned fasting, meditate. Meditation is something that happens anyway. Meditation is what you do when you talk to yourself, when you sit quiet with yourself. That's meditate. You're always meditating. You're always praying, because you're always communing with yourself. Even when you're talking to other people, that's a meditation, because there are no other people. Everyone is you pushed out. Oh, like Toxic, you want to say something? Then we'll go to Anna.
I just wanted to quickly, I'm responding to whoever is listening on YouTube right now. And, there's just, questions about black magic and spells casting and, all of those things and how they're ritual. And I've just been saying that, all of it's ritual. all of religion is ritual. If you can believe in a good and a bad, then all of that is ritual. It's all in your mind. And even for the people who are doing those things or casting spells or doing whatever they're doing, if they believe that something bad will happen to them, if they do something a wrong way or whatever, that's all in your mind. That's all mental. It is all, none of that is real. It is only real because even if let's say I did a hoodoo spell or cast a hoodoo spell and I did it the wrong way and something bad happened to me after that. By me believing that those two things are connected, then I am believing that I am mentally making the connection between those two things in my mind.
Yep.
That is it. That is my own belief. Is the confirmation bias, which to me is the only law. Yep. The confirmation bias of my brain is the thing that is making me believe that those two experiences are connected. So if I believe that the spell will work and I have the power and I'm the most powerful hoodoo practitioner ever, and all my spells are powerful and everything I say comes true and all of that, that's exactly what will happen. Yeah. That's exactly what will happen. If I believe certain things about myself and about my spiritual gifts and powers, and I act in that, and I actually lived toward that end and believe that is 100% true, that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. Yep. So at the end of the day, it's all in your mind. So whether I personally like vision boards because I like to see what I'm about to get. Yeah. That's like me window shopping. That's how I personally see it. Yeah. I don't see it as like a lack thing. No, not at all. I like to see it as like, let me see what I'm about to shop for today. Let me see what I'm about to have. Right. what kind of. Because it's no different than looking in a magazine, right? No different than watching, like I say, exactly. Pinterest or watching inspirational videos. You curate your TikTok or your Instagram. You're like, I want to see Black girl luxury. I want to see Black girl lifestyle. Or I want to, I'm going on YouTube and I want to see, them show me the inside of $1 million homes. Literally. I was looking at a 2-story closet the other day. Now I'm not even huge on clothes, but I like look at what I could have, what I might decide I want to have.
Yeah.
So that, I mean,
we're visual creatures,
yes,
right? We love to see things in 3D.
Exactly.
I mean, even though we're fourth dimension, we're 4D experiencing 3D.
100%. That's it. And so I just like, whether you decide to, do a ritual or, join a group that, is all that, just be mindful of people saying that if you don't do things a certain way, then bad things will happen. That's when the religion comes into play. But as long as you're enjoying it, then so what? Enjoy it. Do what you got to do.
Believe that all things work together for your good.
Exactly.
If you forgot a step, it still was for your good. Even if you accidentally say it there, it's still for your good. Because our life is a ritual. Why we act like life is not a ritual? We're creatures of habit. Everything we do over and over again is a ritual. You ritually brush your teeth every day. You ritually put on clothes every day. You ritually do things all the time. But now you want to try to decide what's a good ritual versus what's a bad ritual. When you go to that church house and you eat that body and you drink that blood, that cracker and that juice, that's a ritual. What are we doing?
That's what I'm trying to
right? Like, what are we saying?
And this person's talking about the tarot readers and stuff like that and how they believe spirits are assisting them. And I will say in response to that quickly before we move on, that if you talk to yourself in your head, that is you hearing your own thoughts. And whether you claim that thought as your own, that voice as your own voice, or as your ancestors' voice, or as God's voice, or Jesus's voice, or whatever voice, or, someone who's passed on over, or whatever's voice, you're still interpreting it through your mind and your head. So it doesn't matter whether they believe spirits are helping them or not helping them. They're all still interpreting it through their own point of view.
Yep.
So it's all you, regardless of what is actually happening in the 3D, you are still interpreting it through your own lens, which means you are the person creating your own reality because of how you perceive the world. That self-dialogue, like I talk to myself and just say, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do whatever the hell we're going to do. I'm talking to myself. Now I can hear my own thoughts and I created my thoughts, but I'm still hearing my own voice.
Yes.
So I just had to say that, and if you think active worshiping is not ritual, then you're deluded. You're deluded. Sorry. Ritual blood sacrifice is a ritual. And in most cases, it's a very pagan, non-godly ritual. Not a lot of religions actually do that, but that's neither here nor there. I won't go on. I'm just responding to the YouTube people. I'm sorry, they're getting me up in arms. But yeah, just wanted to say that, it's all ritual. You can just perceive it differently. Just because you perceive it as being a good thing, a good ritual versus a bad ritual doesn't make it any less ritual.
Yeah.
Because there are people who live in, other countries who believe that Christians are the devil. They believe the Christians are bad people because of their religion. Just like Christians believe that non-Christian people are bad people because of their religion. Yeah. You would be surprised. There are countries where people persecute Christians right now because of their religion. So for you to think that you have some hold and that you're the only exclusive religion out there, that is just not true. That's not true at all. There are lots of other groups of people who will actually persecute Christians for real in real life. So, God, I hate when people get ignorant on YouTube. Long story short, it's all in your mind and all in your brain, and until you're willing to accept that, you'll keep giving your power away to other people. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Say it. Thank you. And someone asked about some books. So we are right now discussing a very popular book, a book that we all just love and has really helped us. I've read this book about 4 or 5 times, probably more than that. It's called The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. Just about any Neville Goddard book, Neville Goddard will be a great place to start. I specifically, especially if you're deconstructing from Christianity and coming to the realization and wanting to manifest, his book, Your Faith is Your Fortune, he takes those Christian precepts, doctrines, and break them down metaphysically. He talks about Easter, he talks about the crucifixion, he talks about Christmas, he gives you the meaning of the 12 disciples. Your faith is your fortune, but he has seed time and harvest. He has feeling is the secret. Just understand when he's talking about feeling, he's talking about the naturalness of being the thing, natural emotions. I kind of was a little twisted up when I first read that book. I wasn't quite understanding what he was saying. So that book was a little abstract in the beginning for me. It took me several times to get an understanding of what he was saying, because he's not talking about your emotions, even though most people think that's what he's talking about. He's talking about assuming that you already have the thing through the naturalness of being it. And then I like Dr. Joseph Murphy. We read this book also in our book club, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. That's an Chef's Kiss book as well. And any teaching by Dr. Joseph Murphy. He also has a book called Pray Your Way Through It. If you want to understand the metaphysical interpretation of the book of Revelations, Pray Your Way Through It by Dr. Joseph Murphy. Chef's Kiss. But yes, and also the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. That book is breaking down the most it's not like a concordance, so it's not exhaustive. It's not going to have every word in the Bible interpreted, but it will have a lot of the most familiar words that we are acquainted with in the Bible. It gives you the metaphysical interpretation of it. So yeah, and then I like to listen to Reverend Ike. I like to listen to Bill Donahue. Bill Donahue is gonna break down that Bible. He's gonna talk about the other religions too. He'll speak on the Quran. He'll speak on the Upanishads, the Emerald Tablets. He'll talk about Amun Ra and Horus and all of that. Like Bill Donahue, he be in his bag. If you're really trying to understand this Christian mythos from a esoteric or metaphysical perspective. But go, hey, Anna. How are you? Welcome.
Hey y'all. Good afternoon. I just wanted to make a comment. I've been listening all morning, and it's been great. I just wanted to comment the young lady that was up before. For me, in my experience with religion, a lot of it, a big part of it is submission. Because they submit it, they want you to submit.
Yes.
And I grew up like that in religion where or even as an older adult being told, you have to submit. That's your problem. You're not submitting. And it's like, well, submit to what? What am I submitting to? So I just wanted to say that I think that's a huge draw in religion. And like you always talk about the experience, there's going to be people that want to experience being submissive. And there's going to be people that want to experience following a idol or a god, and they want to submit. But at this point in my life, I don't want to submit. So that's all I wanted to say.
I love it.
Yeah, I love you guys. I gotta go though.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you. Bye. Thank you. I love that. And at this point in my life, right, we all came to experience being human in all its varied forms. And so no two people came here to have the same experience, and no two people ever will. That's why when someone's talking about earlier that, the universe is your, right? YOU, your universe, right? The universe is you, is within you. It's all you. And there is not one world. There are infinite worlds. There are as many worlds as there are people in the world, because no two people perceive reality the same. We could be in the same room. We're going to have different experiences. We could be watching the same movie. We're going to get a different perspective. No two people will ever see life the same. That's the beauty of it. We try to see wrongness in diversity. The problem is when you try to have conformity. We didn't come here to conform. We came here to create. All right. Hey, the artist. Welcome back.
Hey, sorry, I had a couple calls come through. I had
Oh,
to
that's
leave
okay.
earlier, but
That's okay.
yeah, I wanted to share something with you. And I don't know why I didn't tell you this before now. So when I believe it was Solistic was talking about different religions and the deities and stuff like that. And I think the other the teenage person that came up was talking about church, and it reminded me like about 2 years ago, right? This craziest thing happened when I first started really diving into like the law of attraction, law of assumption, and stuff like that. My mama, she asked me to go to church with her. And I was like, damn, I really don't want to go to church. But, she was real adamant about it. And, sometimes I really just go, I love my mom. So sometimes I go just to be by her side, not even gonna lie. But in my head, I'm already fixing what I want the preacher to say to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm already in my head. I'm like, all right, this is where we going with this. He gonna spit some stuff that's really gonna resonate with me, and everything else I cancel out, period. So we go there one night, and it was like the last day of like a revival or something. And I'm playing the role, I'm clapping, and I'm in it, you know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, he started talking about abundance. And I was like, that's
my jam.
You feel me? So he started talking about abundance or whatever. So I was like, oh shoot, all of these people here just agreed with it. Like, two or more I gather, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, it's about 60 of us. So somebody, you get what I'm saying? I can use this power. And I know this sounds, probably don't sound the best, but I used all of that energy. I use every bit of the energy. I'm looking at people. I'm like, yes, we finna get this. You know what I'm saying? We finna get it. Tell me why. Not even a week later, my mom has this nonprofit, and she gets this check for $175,000 sent into her bank account. I kid you not, $175,000. I tried to go to church next week. Look, amen. Okay.
Amen. We here for the cha-ching. Cha-ching. Hey.
That was
money answers all things, said the script. Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. So, I ain't gonna lie. I tried to go the next month to do it again, but I guess wasn't nobody on the same page as me. But it was what it was. You know what I'm saying? But that's just to say that, you can't, like realistically, you really can't get anything from anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, you tap into the energy of whatever is supposed to be for me, the things that I know I align with, I'm gonna be in the vicinity of. And then once you get into the vicinity of that, all right, appreciate myself for putting myself here. Thank you, universe, for aligning things the way I needed them to align, right? You get in that situation where you're actually in the place or in the space that you said was going to give you that thing. And then you don't stop there. All right, while I'm here, more great things are happening. This is going to transpire. I'm going to run into somebody who's going to tell me this. It was so perfect, Miss Toya. It was so perfect. And then you know what she had to do? She decided to do. Now, she gave me a little something because I told her, I was like, now, I was in there. I was one of the ones. You know what I'm saying?
Don't forget, you know that money came because I was like,
yeah, you know what I'm saying? I had to put my big girl hat on. I was like, I'll take about 8, and thankfully she agreed. She gave me about 8. This was a couple of years ago. So after that, I started seeing a change in her, and I was like, man, Lord, at first I was like, wait, why didn't I get it? But then I was like, nah, I didn't get it because don't nobody feel like filing no taxes on that. Nah, I'm cool. Let her have it. So I saw what she did to kind of reverse that. And she started to be like, I don't know, maybe I should do this and maybe I should do that. And I don't know, when she was down about $66,000 and they closed that young lady's account. They closed the account. And I wanted to tell her so badly throughout the process, like, do you see what you just created? You get what I'm saying? I wanted to use her terms. And
yeah,
right. What God just did, you get what I'm saying? Why would you question that? Why would you, so I was a little mad because, my birthday was coming up. So
I know, right? Give me a little something.
I was like, man, that was my birthday present money. What are you talking about? But it worked.
So fear overtook the thing that she feared. Came to pass. This is what this Bible is talking. When y'all want to talk about Job and God, people want to use that as a cloth of armor or a medal of honor to say that, oh, I'm a Job. Do you understand the whole point of that book? The whole point of the book is to show you what happens when you operate in fear. God wasn't testing Job. God wasn't taking nobody family. How can you replace children? Like, y'all gotta go ahead, Thea.
Absolutely. And you know, so that's why I say now it's got when I tell her these things, and I'm like, really, Ma, you really, you know, I know you feel like something outside of you. Maybe you thought the pastor did that, but we was on the same page that day. You get what I'm saying? We heard the same sermon. We listened to the same words, and we both registered, and we literally clapped hands when he said it. And that was us being in alignment with our desires. Yes. So if you know you don't want this thing to happen, why would you give it so much attention? Mm-hmm. So now she's starting to be a little bit mindful of the words. And now she like, all right, you know, I hear what you're saying, you know, and then I point the scriptures out that you give us. I point those out for her, you know. I think it was Mark 11:23 or something, Mark 11:24. And I'm just like, yeah, the Bible tells you to do this. It's not just me telling you to do this, Mom. Mm-hmm. Like, the Bible really do be saying, like, you need to be doing that, you know. So now, you know, she's a little bit more open, a lot more open to watching, being mindful of her words to the point where now she's speaking that same thing to her sister, who happens to be someone who can't, you know, she manifested a life where she can't get out of her wheelchair. You know what I'm saying? And she's over there speaking those things into her existence. Why did this lady get out of her wheelchair about 2 weeks ago or whatever? What? She was able to get out of the wheelchair.
Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, like, and that's
you would turn this to Manifesting Wednesdays. I'm here for it, girl. Let's go. Woo!
Real talk though, but that's the power of what you call faith. Because you know, it could be so much different if you remember that the God that you serve is literally your mental, your mind, the things that you're believing in. If you realize that the same God that they think is out here is within, and then really start moving and according to, I can have a cattle on 1,000 hills or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Then you'll start to see those things consistently. I love watching God work. I love watching myself manifest. That be the highlight of my life. Yes. You get what I'm saying? Who need a relation? I've gotten to the point where I'm so stingy with how I move in my peace. I stopped dating, and it's not because I don't want to date. It's just because my focus so strong right now, so heavy on me. I'd be selfish in that relationship because I'm going to be real with you. I'm not even listening after you start talking crazy. I'm going to be real. Like, that's just me, though. You get what I'm saying? So when I'm ready for that type of thing to come about, I know that I've done the mental work to attract it in a way where now it has to come to me exactly the way in which I want it. You know what I'm saying? So I know this isn't manifestation.
No, we needed that. We love this because using like you're saying, your mom's a Christian, but now she's starting to see the power of the word, which is what the Bible is about.
Heavy. Yeah, heavy.
And it shows you that it's no respect of persons. It does not care that she's a Christian.
For sure. But she getting it though. She's happening and she locking in. Saying,
let her have her Jesus, right? Yeah, you know, she can say that Jesus did it, that Jesus worked a miracle on her sister.
You're right. So I just wanted to say, you know what I'm saying, I appreciate you, and I wanted to share that with you because like that faith be so strong. Like when I tell you, if my spirit told me to jump off a bridge right now, I'm jumping. I don't care. You get what I'm saying? Because I trust that whatever's coming next, I've already manifested it to be exactly the way I want it.
Woo! Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna hop up off here or whatever, but I'm still listening. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, the artist. Thank you. Woo! That was beautiful. Oh, love it. Yep. I like the the story about her mom manifesting the money. They're manifesting the money together, and then where you have to be aware of once you get it, not to think that you don't deserve it, because a lot of people do operate from that lane. They get the thing that they have been hoping for. They get the thing that they have been longing for. It finally manifests, and then they start to question it. Then they start to be like, oh, wait a minute. Is this too good to be true? Wait a minute. What if this? What if that? Instead of just experiencing and appreciating the manifestation. That's why we teach over here, not about getting, but about being. you want to be the person that has it. So when it comes, it's not no big deal. It ain't like the artist was saying, like so locked in that you know it's supposed to be this way. Not surprised that it's this way. Not like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I really did it. Oh my goodness. No. It should be your new normal. It should be normal for you to get the thing that you're asking for.
Hello.
Hello.
Can I join?
Oh yes, you were up here before, and I had asked you, but you never spoke. So how are you doing?
Yeah, I was cooking, to be honest. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna answer the question. After that, we're gonna go to the Bible and read the verse. Is that okay?
Just so you know.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm not agreeing to that. It depends on where you're going with this conversation. But go ahead.
Nothing?
Go
Just
ahead.
sharing information.
Okay.
Okay. Now, who is the man that the angel came to him and told him to read, and he said, I don't know how to read. I'm not learned. Which one? Who's this?
I have no idea. Who is
it? This is Prophet Muhammad in the cave in the first time he revealed to him. Okay.
Is
now,
that? Oh, wait a minute. You're in the Quran or you're in the Bible?
No, I'm in the Quran, but I'm gonna show you in Isaiah 29.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Could you read that part for me if you don't mind?
No, I can't. I don't have a Bible.
Why? You're not so sure of your Bible?
Just so you know.
Oh, this is not a Christian platform. We're deconstructing from Christianity.
Okay.
We're deconstructing from
religion.
Let
me tell you the verse.
Okay. We're not Christians over here. I could care less about what Christians believe.
No, before you go on, what is your no. Before you go on.
Why? You scared, huh? You shaking?
Who's scared? We're not Christians.
He's gonna put me in my corner right now.
We're not Christians. I don't think you understand what's going on here.
Listen. The verse saying, the book will be given to
I don't think
the
you're
man
understanding.
that been asked, read, and he answered, I'm not learned.
I don't know.
Oh, so are you saying that Muhammad, that you're saying Islam is the true religion? Is that what you're saying? Islam is the true religion? Is that what you're trying to show us? Is that what you're trying to show us?
I'm showing you your faith.
We're not Christian.
No, we want to. I'm asking you a question. Are you saying that Islam? Are you saying that? Hold on.
False affirmations.
Hold on.
Just telling them, oh, love, oh, God, blah, 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 bullshit. All right? So, yeah, Islam's the truth. Goodbye. Nice
We're
to
not
meet you.
Christians. Who are you talking to?
Tell us, what are you then? An atheist?
I'm God. We're gods. We're God over here.
You're gods, huh?
Yes.
Listen, God, let me tell you this thing. God is perfect, just to let you know. God is perfect.
So are we. We are perfect. We are perfect expressions.
He cannot have poop in his body. He cannot sin. So stop acting stupid. You stupid woman.
Oh.
Of course.
Bye.
Typical.
We knew it. I'm like, oh, you come to tell us that Islam is the true religion. Okay. You get to have it.
He's blocked. He spent all that time. I'm like, you spent all that time waiting and you weren't listening? Like, what's going on?
No, he was not. He was here to show us that Islam is the true religion. That's what he came.
Like, what are you saying? You saying the same Islam where Muhammad was marrying a 6-year-old, 9-year-old girl? Is that what you're saying? That same Islam? Boy, bye.
Oh, so he tried it. Oh my goodness. Eitan had to come back up. Eitan, let me get up here. Eitan, it's funny. Right, read the prompt. It's just like, but I get it. People are like, there is no different than the Christian, right? They're like, I need to get up here and spread my truth. I need to get up here and tell you the truth.
Listen, because I don't, like I said, we don't want to go down that road. Y'all lucky Toya don't let people debate up here anymore, because it would not be a pretty picture for either Islam or Christianity, to be frank. So let's
The
not do
vibes
that.
just wasn't vibing when
Let's
we
not
was
do that.
when we were debating, right? The vibes just, I mean, some people enjoyed it. Some people liked when I was like going back and forth. They was like, "Oh, I love it. You be eating them up. You be cooking." I'm just like, yeah.
They do
But
like the smoke, Toya. They do like the smoke. They wish it was back in the day, you know. But they don't want to see toxic. You know, they don't want to see the toxic go in because the toxic. She don't play when it comes to cutting it down. And but I like to be able to see where people are really coming from. You know, it really kind of gives perspective on just the I guess there's just the audacity of if you are in a certain religion, being able to have this notion of, okay, you know, we're stupid, we're dumb, or, you know, whatever type of notion it is. What type of religion is that? You know what I mean? What is that? So, they don't want to see that smoke. They don't want that smoke.
No, they really don't, because it's not cute for either of them, okay? Like, it's just not going to be cute. And I hate to say that. What bothers me, I think, the most is when people don't listen. Like, in my mind, if I'm thinking I'm not trying to be made a fool up here, you know, whenever I'm anywhere, right? So I'm going to try to listen as much as I can to make sure I'm coming at the conversation with the right point of view. And I can't do that if I'm not understanding what's actually going on. If you don't know what's going on, you can't respond. This man came up here talking about Christianity. Mind you, it's been hours. He ain't listened not once.
Like he said he was cooking. He went to go do his thing. Like, I'll try back later so I can tell them about the true religion, Islam.
Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. Because again, we don't want to go down that dark road. I don't think they want that. Because I've heard, I have a mutual who is a Muslim. He's a Muslim apologist, and he's really, really smart. But I have listened to this whole conversation about how they try to justify Muhammad marrying, and forgive me if
what's her name? Aisha, is that her name?
Yeah,
the
Aisha,
9-year-old
yeah.
Aisha. I wonder what Aisha means. It has to have
It's a beautiful name.
Right. It has to have a meaning, because we know that the Quran is also a metaphysical, esoteric book, and Muhammad didn't exist either. He married an old 9-year-old girl. Like, what? So God is into PDF? Come on, what are we doing? Like, what are y'all talking about?
I have listened to them try to explain how that is okay, and none of the.
So you got to understand back in those times.
Yeah.
If it was wrong today, why was it right 2,000 years or 1,500 years ago? When did Islam come around? What, 1,200 years ago?
Yes. In the 600s.
Okay, I know it. 600s, 800s. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I get. Yeah. We don't. Again, that is not. We don't want to go down defending that road, because it is not cute. It's not cute for anybody. Everybody needs better PR. I'll just say that.
Yes. They do. That's like, these books are not for the uninitiated. These books are for the initiated. The uninitiated take it and do what they've been doing, create all these religions. That's what the uninitiated does.
Right.
Yep.
Like, I do believe Muhammad was a real person, but I don't think that makes it any better. Like, that doesn't make it any better. They still worship him, right? They will say that they worship Allah, but they also worship Muhammad.
Oh,
so
yeah.
They don't want to say that, but that's what it is.
Yeah. So Kev's on the stage. Hello, Kevin. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I am loving this. The whole truth, the theatrics, the drama. You know, I love it all. You know, I'm here for it. And I think I put in the chat earlier, it's better to sit there and look stupid than to speak and remove all doubt.
Oh, I know, right? Like that, T. Woo. You ate us with that one. You ate us up with that one.
That's a bar.
A fool is known for his much speaking, says the script. A fool is known for his much speaking.
That's in Proverbs.
Yes.
Do we know the Bible?
Do we not love the Bible? When we love the Bible.
That thing I just gave you is definitely out of the Book of Kevin.
The Book of Kevin. I love it. We love it. We love it.
Yeah, I get in my feelings sometimes when, well, all the time. I just try to control it when they speak against the panel and T, and they come after the toxics. Or I know we're not supposed to have favorites, but she's one of mine. And when she come up, and I know she's gonna regulate the way she regulate, I'm like, okay, here we go. Let's get to it. So
I be in it. Disorder bothers me.
yeah, and I don't take a liking to people attacking Toya. And I really try to look at people. I know we look at people really based upon our own perception, and they look at us based upon their own, the lens of their perception. So, what's true to us is true to us, and what's true to them is true to them. It's just, it's no big deal. I mean, why put a whole lot of stock into it? Why take things so serious? Because they're not. I mean, there's no one greater than who you are. Just like there's no one less than who you are.
Right.
We have the ability to move in and out from being the observer to the one being observed. And we can do that at will. Yes. And sometimes we get caught up in the story rather than the author of the story. And, it feels so real to our 3D, we actually think it's real, even though it's imaginary. All the rude comments and the rude, behavior that manifests itself on this live, they're not meant to be given any weight to it. Just like if we don't pay any mind to it, like any other thing that's grasping for our attention through distraction, it eventually fades away. I mean, I've been on Toya's platform for, I guess, over a year now. Mm-hmm. We don't even try to count how many people come up and speak against this platform. It comes and goes. And we've had people that came in, engaged, and gave some deep, thought-provoking perspectives. But where are they? It passed. And I ain't saying nothing negative about them, or it just passed. That which we give our energy to, it grows, it manifests. I know this is not manifesting Wednesdays, which I enjoyed immensely, last night, night for last. Fear and anger is a form of manifestation. What did Job say? The thing I feared the most has come upon me. It manifested. So, by being the observer, we get a chance to recognize and be aware of the things we do not want. We're always involuntarily manifesting. We can't help it. It's who we are. Whether we believe in it, whether we don't believe in it, it's law. Mm-hmm. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to be a Buddhist. You don't have to be Hindu. You could be agnostic. Yep. You could be atheist. The law is the law. you can only confirm it. I was just making a little comment, but I'm enjoying myself, by the way.
Yes, love it, love it, love it. Oh, we always love to hear from you, Kev. Always, always, always a pleasure. We have Mr. Justice, Just Us. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, everybody. Peace and love to everybody. Shouts out to you, Toya. Today was a funny day.
It was.
Well, I've been dying all day. I almost cried. I gotta chill out though, because these people that come up, they be on one. But I've been listening to this platform for a while, and I'm the same way. And the thing about it is that, you know what I'm saying, you got to keep it simple. That's the number one thing. Like, it's real simple. I don't know why everybody always trying to add to the sauce. It's just 1 and 2. There's really no more to it. Everybody want to add their feelings in it. Oh, well, I feel like this. I feel like that. No, just start off when you wake up, you got life, you live it, you bless, love. That's it. You don't have to add nothing else. And you can't tell me I have to add anything else into my cipher. If I choose not to use words as far as bad, can't, if those things don't exist to me, they don't exist. Period.
Yes.
There's no questioning it. There's no, okay, oh, well, maybe this or maybe that. No. And the thing about it, I don't debate with anyone. What I do is I allow my actions to show and prove exactly what it is. I don't have to say anything. Like a lot of the people, if y'all notice a lot of people that come up here and be real combative on this, and this, that, and the third, nah. Okay, cool. All right, much love. Agree to disagree. All right, you don't like me? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you a hug. That blows them. It blows their mind. Yo, you know what? You don't like me? Okay, cool. You're not in agreement with what I got to say? Okay, fine, cool. You know what? I love you anyway. Because you're a human being, you have the right to feel however you want to feel. That's your choice. That's your right. That's your reality. So that's yours. Fine. I'm cool with that. I can agree. I can agree to disagree. You like purple. I like orange. I'm not mad at you for liking purple. I like orange. Let's just like our colors together. Why can't we just like colors? Why can't we just love? Because individuals want to put or impose their particular lifestyle on other people. Don't do that. It's not cool at the end of the day. So what I'm saying is, like, if y'all notice, a lot of people that come on this platform, oh, I don't like this, I'm not agreeing with that. No sooner than they try it, they like it, and they no longer knock it.
Yep.
Don't knock it until you try it. Don't say it can't work until you try it. Don't tell me I can't manifest what I'm going to manifest when I know for sure I can do this. When I say, yo, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get that, I am going to do this, I am going to do that. It happens.
Yes.
Because why? I said it was going to happen. Now, God comes, he may not come when you call, but he's always on time.
Yes.
The call was the thought. I get the call. The call was the thought. Yeah, I got this thought. Okay, I got the call. Now, when it arrives, it's going to depend on whether or not or how I go about answering the call.
Woo!
You have to answer the call. Don't just get the call and be like, okay, I got the call. No, you have to answer the call. You have to engage in the call. You have to continue with the repetition. It's all about the repetition. If you love, that's it. What else is more? I love all day. I love yesterday. I love today. Okay, even when the individual is quote unquote unalive, that's life. You're born to be unalived. By whatever means you get to that point was based on a certain part of your current reality. That's all it is. It's not good, it's not bad, it's reality. Reality is you're born, reality is you're gonna leave here. The fact of the matter, the only thing that you're going to keep is the energy that's basically going to go right back into the atmosphere and recycle itself.
Yep.
So what are you stressing for?
Yep.
What are you mad for? And I goes to show that, and the reason why I say this is because it comes back to me. People be like, yo, why you always happy? Why should I be sad? Why you always upbeat? Why shouldn't I be? If you could give me a reason why I shouldn't be the way that I am, then maybe I'll take it into consideration. But until then, I'm going to be happy all day. I'm going to love my life. I'm not worried about no money. That comes from a tree that they print. It's an illusion. You got the same piece of paper and you give it different values by putting a different number on the same piece of paper.
That part.
Make that make sense to me.
That part.
Make that make sense. It's the same piece of paper, but you put one on it. This one, and then you put a 5 on another one, but this one that you put a 5 on is different than the one that you put a 1 on, but at the end of the day, it's still a piece of paper. So why am I putting any type of life or any type of energy into a piece of paper that's an illusion? It's an illusion. It's a facade. It's to have you believing that you're somewhere that you're not, because you're constantly looking outside of yourself. Why? It makes absolutely no sense. But shouts out to y'all. I got to get back to these donuts. Stay positive. Continue to listen to this lady. Like and subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all like and share, because there's a lot of individuals out here that need this information. I have this information, and getting this information, having this information is just not one thing. You still got to navigate through stuff. Even though you in this particular position, even though you know these things, you still have those quote-unquote wars that go on, because there's so much things in the outer that want to affect your script that you can't allow. So know and understand that as well. So y'all have a good day. Stay blessed, stay positive, and continue to move forward. I'm out.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Gotta make the donuts. You remember that Dunkin' Donuts commercial? Rolling out of bed with his pajamas on. Gotta make the donuts. Love it, love it, love it. Love, 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 love is all there is. Love is all you need. Love is the only transforming power. And who do you love? You gotta love you. Because if you don't love you, it's impossible for you to love me. Impossible, as I like to say. You cannot love me if you don't know how to love you. Go ahead, A-Town.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. That's a fact. I definitely appreciate the submission from the brother earlier. But yeah, so, that gives me a reason to interject. Let's do a commercial break. Wait, do we even have book clubs? What we finished with the?
No, it's tomorrow's the last day.
Okay, I was about to say.
We got 4 chapters to read. We got 4 chapters to read. Yep, the final 4.
Book club, Toya has a book club, Prosper Living with Toya. You can join our book club where we go over, if you're interested in the awareness that we have, that we're talking about, Toxic, Kevin, Toya, in regards to having a different level of awareness. Tap into our book club. You can join by the Facebook link in her bio. She also has 3 books that are for free, the free 99.
Not anymore, not free 99. Donation of 5.
Oh, would you?
Donation of 5.
Okay. Hey, I stand corrected. Okay, $5. You know
$5.
what I'm saying? Less than your favorite cup of coffee.
Right.
Still. But just to get more context, she has daily affirmations. She has scriptures to even back up what we're even talking about here. And then on Wednesdays, we have Manifesting Wednesdays, what Kevin alluded to. You can join us there. And of course, Fridays. Yeah, today's Friday for our deconstructing Fridays. But just tap in. We do this throughout the week. Every time we get on, it's not the same. We're constructing. We're just peeling back the different layers, or we're being able to enhance our perspective and really admonish those that have joined in a new perspective that isn't considered that quote unquote Christianity, but just awareness. And so, we have a book club, like I mentioned, and we'd love to see y'all. So tap the screen, gift your panelists and Toya, if you're definitely loving the live. This has been an excellent live. And so, if you're enjoying it, definitely show some love.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the commercial break. I want to add on to the commercial break. I have 6 books. 3 books are short stories. They're geared towards children. For those of you that want to teach your children this truth, they're short stories based on the script, Mark 11:24. And then my other 3 books are based off, they 2 of them are affirmation based, and the other one is also based off Mark 11:24, the recipe for life. It's a 4-step process to manifestation, something that you naturally do. You may not have always been aware that you do. And the script goes, therefore I say to you, whatever, it does not matter what you desire when you pray, believe you've received it and you shall have it. The 4 steps: decide, which is your desire; prayer, which is your acknowledgement, your recognition of that what you're asking for already is. Step 3, believe. This is your acceptance of the end. What wills the means to that end? Once you believe you already are it, step 4 is the do nothing step. You will receive it. The moment you decide it's yours, it is. That's all that script is telling you. The moment you decide that it is yours, it shall be yours. So those books, those ebooks are $5 a piece. I have them in bundles, the 3-set bundle for the children of all ages, but they are geared towards the children. You can get all 3 for $11. And then the transformation ebook bundle, which is my daily diamond gems, my 30-day transformation journey, and then the recipe for life. They're $5 each, but you can get all 3 for $11 or get all 6 for $22. And they're separated in bundles. So the manifestation bundle for children, and then which are short stories, and then the transformation ebook bundle, which is about transforming the mind, because we act from our minds. We act, every behavior you have is based off a belief you have. So if you want to change your actions, you first have to change your beliefs. We act, the reason why life is the way it is because the way you think. If you thought differently, if you believed differently, if you saw the world differently, the world would show up differently. See, the world isn't going to change. The world is going to stay exactly where it is, but you only see beauty. Why? Because you decide to see beauty. The beauty was always there. The beauty was always there. The sky was always there. The trees, the grass, the waterfalls, the mountains, the plains, the valleys, the hills, the mountains, everything, all these things already exist. But do you see what I see? Do you see beauty? Do you put on your rose-colored glasses and see what you want to see? But too many of us are listening to others tell us what to see. That's why Paul tells you in Romans 12:2. Well, first he says in Romans 12:1, where he writes, I say, I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present yourselves a willing sacrifice, holy and acceptable unto God, that you be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, so you can prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. How do you prove what's perfect and acceptable and the will of the I am? You got to change the way you think. You better think about what you're trying to do to me. Hey, think. You got to think, because as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. That's why the Christ asked the disciples, who do you say that I am? And one named Peter said, oh, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Christ said, Simon Peter, son of Barjona, flesh and blood didn't reveal that to you. My Father, which is in heaven, has made this known. What is that script telling you? No one can tell you you're God. Because we tell people they're God and they scoff and they mumber and they say you're a heretic and they call you crazy and they call you delusional and they say you're not the all-powerful, all-knowing, everywhere present God. How dare you? And we're simply saying we're all God. God doesn't mean that you manipulate, control, and have authority over another. God means you're a creator. And you got dominion and power and authority over your life, not my life. I don't have dominion and power over your life. I have dominion and power over my life. Now, can we use our dominion and power, our authority, to manipulate and control and coerce through force, because that's usually how it happens, or psychologically, a lot of people through fear, right? So if I use fear, manipulation, coercion, and control as opposed to love, I can get you to do anything. Because you're scared of the unknown. That's why people move in fear, because they're afraid of the unknown. But what we have been remembering through the teachings of Neville Goddard, and some of us were already privy to this, but many of us are coming to much more of this awareness that we don't need to be uncertain. We may not know how we get it, but we can be certain of the end. We can be certain that the thing we want, we already have. We may not know how it's going to come. That part sometimes remains unknown. And sometimes the spirit within you, the I am, will show it to you in a dream or a vision of the night, or even in the day. Some people do get prophetic visions that show them exactly what's going to happen. Do you always get these? Not all the time, but sometimes you can. Sometimes you can be shown the way in a dream. This is why the script tells you that the ways of the infinite are unknown to the logical mind, to that carnal mind, that part of you that only wants to operate through the five senses. That's why I say you got to go beyond the five senses. You got to have faith, faith, faith. I got to have faith. I said you got to have faith, the faith. That's going beyond the five senses. You got to believe in things that you have no evidence of seeing. The five senses tell you you're not rich. What are you talking about? And you're walking around talking about, no, my father is rich with houses and land. He holds the world in the palm of his hands, and all that God has already belongs to me. He said all that the Father had is thine. It's mine. I just have to remember. I have to be like the prodigal son and remember who the fuck I am. Wait a minute. My father's servants live better than this. Let me go back to the Father, which means let me remember who the fuck I am. Who the fuck am I? Oh, I'm the Christ. I'm the Son. I'm the expression. I am the face. I am the voice. I am God, which means I'm a creator. That when I decree a thing, that means it must come to pass. That when I speak, the world must obey. I'm like the Christ in that scripture. You know, when Jesus said, let there be, he said, oh, what do you want of me? Oh, I want to see. You want to see? Do you believe I can do it? Then it's done. So, oh, the centurion comes to the Christ, you know, I don't fear anyone. And I tell someone come here and go there and they do what I say. So I'm not even going to ask you to come to my house. Just speak the word. Just speak the word. Because I got a servant. She near death. She on her bed. I just need you to speak the word. And he was like, oh, you just need me to speak the word? You just going to take me at my word? Oh, I haven't seen such greater faith as you. In all of Israel, I haven't seen a faith as great as yours that you just going to believe me at my word? My word is sufficient for thee? He said, what? In that self-same hour, they told him that the servant was healed. That book is telling us the power that we have to speak a thing through faith without having any evidence of it, to believe that it's already done because the works are finished. We're just calling the things that seem to be not as though they were. The things that seem to be visible. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just agreeing with you. You are the evidence.
You are the evidence.
You are the thing unseen that becomes seen. That's who you are. You are faith itself, manifested in flesh. Isn't that amazing?
I mean, isn't that absolutely amazing? I love watching you cook. That's what I said when I came in. The kitchen was already open.
Man, it's just about remembering and accepting. Oh, I know, right? The artist, I was singing that song in the choir, and I realized I was talking about me. Oh my goodness. That's why I didn't throw away the bath water. I didn't throw away the baby with the bath water. The bath water was religion, and the baby is the Bible. And I didn't have to discard the Bible just because I understand that the religion got it wrong, y'all. They got it all wrong. It's a fear-based mentality. Now, every now and again, they get it right. I'm not saying they always missing. You know, a clock is right 2 times a day. So sometimes they right. Sometimes they could, like the artist was saying, the pastors, and they're talking about abundance. And they manifested the abundance in which, see, everybody wants to experience wealth here on this third dimensional plane. I don't care what they tell you. I don't care all these religions trying to tell you it's virtue and poverty. No, poverty is a disease. There ain't no virtue in not having shit. I don't know. That's a lie. And the truth ain't in them. Like what's his name? Reverend Knight said they tell you that that the love of money is the root of all evil. No, the root of all evil is not having money. Not having money is the root of all evil. Because the script says that God gives you the power to possess wealth. God gives you the power to possess the wealth, which is your I am, will create ways of least path of resistance to bring the money to you in the most natural way. And sometimes it may happen in a little spooky way. You'd be like, damn, I know I didn't have, like my grandson. Many of you have heard me talking about my grandson. He just turned 8 in January. My daughter is doing his laundry. Why he have a $20 bill in his pants pocket? Where is an 8-year-old getting a $20 bill? Because we don't give him like allowance or anything, right? We just buy him whatever he need, right? There's no really a way for him to like really, so she's been having him have a piggy bank or whatever. So he's saving his money for something big. You know, maybe he wants, the Switch 3 if it comes out or something. I don't know. But he's saying that. But I'm like, she's like, and she normally does not check his pockets. She's like, because why? Why would she be checking his pockets? He's not putting paper in his pockets. I don't know, for whatever reason, she checked his pockets. And she came out the laundry room and she was like, he got $20. He was like, $20. And she let him have it. She gave it to him and he went and put it in his piggy bank. Now that's a little spooky because we just like, where does $20 come from? And he has no remembrance of putting $20 in his pants pocket. Because when he has to take money for field trips for school, it's put in an envelope and that's handed to the teacher. So again, he's not handling money. So sometimes the spirit delights and surprises you in ways unknown to you. I love it. It's just like, oh, that was that was wonderful. That was cool. So, that this Bible is just telling you how to get through wealth. Say the Lord addeth unto you, right? The Lord, how does the script go? Added. Oh, I can't remember. I used to say the
God
scripture.
doesn't add any sorrow to his.
Yeah. That's the one I'm thinking of, but I can't remember the first
Yeah, I
part.
can't remember how it goes. There's something about God not adding any sorrow.
Right. And he added no sorrow to it. Yes, that's the only part I can remember. I can remember the first part, but the first part is about money or wealth, or it's about having, and he has no sorrow
Let
to
me look
it.
it up. Let me look
I
it
know,
up.
right?
Let me look it up.
I know, right? The artist. And let me check my pants pockets real quick. I know that's right.
Okay, here it is. Actually, this is even better than we thought. The verse is Proverbs 10:22. The blessing of the Lord maketh rich, and he adds no sorrow to it.
Woo! The blessings of the Lord maketh rich.
Yes.
Rich.
Amen to that.
Man, that's all throughout, especially the Old Testament. All you kept hearing is the Israelites being promised of great wealth, right? The only time they found themselves in handcuffs, imprisonment, enslaved was what? They didn't obey the God. They didn't obey the Lord of their fathers. They went away from knowing who God was, and they found themselves in some sticky situations. And then God got to come and deliver them from themselves and pull them out of darkness, out of Egypt, which is their murmuring, their complaining, and they're believing in two powers. What saved them? A transformation of the mind. Remember, God is mind. The creative power in man is the mind. The Bible is a book about the mind. God is your mind. Neville Goddard called it the imagination. What's his name? Dr. Joseph Murphy calls it the subconscious mind, right? Reverend Ike calls it thought. That's what emerald tablets, thought, same thing. All these books, these sacred texts, which just means secret, which means hidden knowledge. Some people call it forbidden, but it's not forbidden, it's hidden. It's veiled where you can't see it because why? Your eyes are blinded. Saul, who has his awakening Damascus Road experience and gets blinded by the light. He has to walk away on 3 days until someone comes and prays for him and has the scales fall from the eyes, and now you can truly see who Christ is. And what did he say? Oh, I used to observe Christ from the human perspective. I don't observe him thus that any longer. He used to thought Jesus was about a man that was born in physical form. He understands Christ, says Paul, is the power and wisdom of God. That's who Christ is. It's not a person. It's a power. It's the anointing. It's the knowing of who you are. It's the revelation of God in man. Book of Revelations. The Isle of Patmos, I was in the spirit on the Lord's day, says St. John. The revelation of the Christ of God in man. That's what this book is about. And the body is just what? It's spirit made visible. That's why you can't even say that you're not the body. The body are trying to separate matter from spirit. They're one. Spirit is matter invisible, and matter is spirit made visible. There's no separation in consciousness. It's all one. Because I know someone asked me about the soul, and I said, well, I'll tell you what, in my perspective, what the soul is. The sum total of your beliefs. Your soul goes with you. All of your experiences you carry with you. It's the sum total of your beliefs. Whatever you believe to be true, that's your soul. That's the soul of you. Your spirit is the power that brings those thoughts into being. Your spirit causes the thought to be seen. It is the move of the spirit. It is God in action. That's why it talks about the triune God. Consciousness being the Father, the Son being the expression of that consciousness, and the Spirit being the action of the Father. The 3 in 1. It's all one. That's who you are. That's who I am. Say the footwork and everything. Yes, that's why we used to be shouting in the Pentecostal churches and those Baptist churches, right? We get the day. They tell you couldn't go to the club and dance because you came to the house of the Lord and dance. I can dance all night. All night. I can dance all night. All night, right? They get to playing their piano, their organ, right? And they get them drums get to going, and everybody up there jumping around, and people falling out, the holy rollers falling out, rolling over. Oh, thank you, Jesus, thank you, Jesus. I remember those days. I don't know about reincarnation, but you're always continually to incarnate. I don't know if you're doing it again, like it's a redo. If you said yes, if you just want to say we're always incarnating into physical form, yes, we are an incarnation, right? Since life is infinite, but it's not like a karmic type thing, like you coming back to pay some debt for something that you did wrong in a previous life. Remember, 1 Corinthians, the 13th chapter, the 4th through the 8th verse. In one of those verses, it says, love keeps no records of wrong. So you're not coming back to reincarnate to right or wrong. Life is always onward and upward, and life is always forgiving. It doesn't hold you accountable for any past experiences. The only one that's holding you accountable is you. You're judging you. You're saying what you did was right or wrong. Because the script says the Father, which is consciousness, is your awareness, judges no man. He left all judgment to the Son, which is the mind, which is you. You're all mind. And the mind is an expression of the consciousness. It's awareness. Remember, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, wholeness of spirit. Consciousness, mind, the movement of that mind. That's how it goes. So when you move your mind, you can decide to not judge yourself for the movement of your own mind. Because you are the operant power. You are the awareness experiencing itself in physical form. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Someone on YouTube said, I'm really glad I ran into this live randomly. Randomly, not randomly. There are no accidents. You're meant to see this. Welcome. So it's hard to see people who care about the truth. Yeah. Yeah, we're building community over here. This is a community of one where there are no big eyes or no little U's, right? No big eyes and no little U's. Nobody is leading the crowd, right? No one's shepherding someone. The only one we shepherding is our own thoughts, right? We're only responsible for our own way of thinking. Someone comes in, because sometimes some people slip up and ask me what should they do, and what do I say? What do you want to do? Because I'm not here to tell you what to do. I may help you, lead you to what to do. You know, I ask you some questions, like I put it back on you. What do you want to do? I give you a different perspective. I give you a different point of view, but that's about all I can do. And sometimes, you know, it can be, you gotta be aware and catch yourself, because sometimes you can find yourself trying to lead and direct people. I'm like, oh, that's not my line. I'm not here to tell nobody what to do. I'm just here to show you the truth, and then you pick a side. Go ahead, Latoxic.
I was gonna say, if you wanted to do all that, we could have started a religion a long time ago. We could have started a whole new religion.
People do it. People do it because it takes the accountability. Oh my goodness, that was so cute. Oh, thank you. Oh, the dancing bear over here on YouTube. I mean on TikTok. Dancing bear over here on TikTok. Oh, that was so cute. Go ahead, Latoxic.
No, that was all I had to say. Yeah, I mean, that's the difference, right? Between, like you said, there's no big eyes, no little U's. It's us, you know,
just having a good old time. We come here together. We come to laugh, you know, share maybe some of us, you know, wobble. We talk about where we've become aware of some of our, you know, doubts and fears and shortcomings, and we lift each other up, and we put one another back on, you know, track, you know, like, you got this, you can do this, right? Like, we're just here to support one another.
100%.
That's all. We're just here to support one another and remind one another that you can have it. It's yours. If you can think of it, that's your cue. That's your sign that is yours. I know people want signs, right? Oh, well, I need a sign. The sign is that you thought of it. That's all the sign you need. Your sign is the moment you thought of it. When you asked, I answered. While you were yet speaking, I did appear. The moment it entered your mind, the moment it was your reality. Now you just got to persist in it. Now you just got to hold on to it. Now you just got to not worry about it. Not try to figure out, why is it taking so long? When is it going to happen? The moment you start talking about why is it taking so long and when is it going to happen? The moment you start pushing it away from you, the moment you stop trying to grasp it, the moment you stop trying to make it so, then you'll see it. The reason why you can't see it is because you keep asking, where is it? So you're basically communicating to your brain, it's not there. And so what the brain has to do, it has to hide it from you.
Say that again.
The reason why you can't see it is because you're looking for it. The moment you say, where is it? You're telling the brain it's not there. And so the brain has to hide it from you.
Okay, one more time. Way in the back.
You're so silly. Kevin, funny. But yeah, you can't see it because you're looking for it. You're looking for it. The moment you say, where is it? The brain that's the signal you're giving to the brain that it's not there. And so the brain has to do its job and give you confirmation bias, as Latoxic was talking about earlier. It's always going to give you what you expect. You don't expect to see it. So guess what? You don't see it. Man, that's too simple, isn't it? It's like, wait, what? Wait, what? It's not because I didn't say enough robotic affirming. It's not because of the vision board. It's not because I didn't, script it 10,000 times. It's not because I didn't envision it as I was going to sleep. It's not because no.
Like, when you start saying, I'm gonna look for a yellow car. I see yellow cars all the time. You will start seeing yellow cars that you never noticed before.
Yep.
That doesn't mean they weren't there.
Yep.
But once you decided that that's what you were going to see, your brain says, actually, yes, I will tell you that. The God brain, your God, whatever you want to call it, is going to confirm that for you. So if you believe that manifestations don't work for me, or I have to affirm a million times, or I have to do this or that to make it happen, your brain will confirm that for you. If you believe manifestation doesn't work, your brain will confirm that for you.
Yeah.
And if you believe, well, I get whatever I say, your brain will confirm that for you. Sorry, I'm talking to myself, clearly.
You own it. You don't gotta apologize, girl. We needed to hear it. It needed to be said. Right.
I feel strongly about that.
If you say you got to do any shadow work before you can get healed, if you think you need to go through a healing journey, then you gotta
go. The healing journey never has an end, right? The healing journey never has an end point. It's always a goalpost that keeps moving from one thing to the next thing. No one was talking about healing your nervous system 4 years ago.
Nobody.
That was not something people talked about. And now
you got the inner child, the shadow work. You got to kill the ego. Got to slay that dragon. Got to kill that ego. I'm here to tell you, you need to embrace it. Got a huge ego.
I mean, what do you think the purpose of the ego is? Right? The purpose of the ego is to help you step into your shit. The purpose of the ego is to help you really step into who you're really trying to be.
Ego so big, I must admit, I got every reason to feel like I'm that bitch. Ego so strong, if you ain't know. Look, Beyonce tried to tell you. It wasn't about humbling yourself, like June was saying, somebody trying to come through my platform, I'm gonna put you in your place, I'm gonna humble you. No, dude, you just watered this dragon. You just fed this dragon. You fed the beast. You poked the bear.
It's still low. I missed that part because I was in the meeting.
What does God look like without an ego?
What'd you say, Kevin?
What does God look like without an ego? When he did everything. The very essence of being large and in charge is being God. Humble? What? Everything humbles around you, in your presence. Don't get me started.
Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess.
Period.
In the word.
I think I missed that part when I was in a meeting, but yeah, I saw the aftermath. I saw the aftermath, and I'm like, what happened? Like, somebody really came in and started acting up, because who are you? And the thing is, if I have an ego, right? If I think that I'm big and bad or whatever I think, what does it bother me if someone else also thinks that? That doesn't change me. That doesn't change who I am. That doesn't change how big and bad I am. It doesn't affect
right.
me.
You think Michael Jackson was sitting? How does he become the king of pop and the most influential star of our known time, the 20th and the 21st century, and playing small?
Come on.
And being humble.
You gotta have an ego. You have to know you're the best to be the best.
Michael Jordan, they walk around calling him God, Black Jesus. These folks, any quote unquote celebrity, all have huge egos. Anyone, what they call those A-type personalities, they are very arrogant. They don't think that they come second to anybody.
Period.
They expect to be the best at whatever they do. That don't come from being humble. That's fake humility.
Fake, exactly. That's what
I want to give God, because without God, it wouldn't be possible if your ass not thinking that your ass was the best.
Yeah, they don't want to become a target. That's
Right.
the issue.
Right.
But
Yep.
when I was, one of my favorite authors is Octavia Butler. And Octavia Butler was a very, calm personality. But she wrote out her affirmations and said what she was going to do. She was going to win this. She was going to win that. She was going to be put, she was going to have all of these accolades for her writing. And she wrote them out. And when you do that and you have goals or whatever you're going to do, you can't act humble. You can't. You have to tell people who the fuck you are sometimes.
Yep.
And sometimes they just see it. You don't have to say anything. But it's not like pretending to not have an ego and not have ambition is very disingenuous to me. I don't like that energy. I don't trust that energy. Honestly, I don't. Sorry.
Man. Talk about it. Like, stop playing. But that's what the world wants you to, because they always want you to stop it. Most of those people that have really reached great success, you hardly ever hear them talk about God. They just, like you say, they make sure they stay in their lane, right? But you never heard Michael Jordan say, I want to thank God for this ability. I want to thank God. No. Michael Jackson
was the one that was in the gym. What did they say? He was the one shooting with himself in the gym. He was the one shooting in the gym and practicing and putting all those hours in.
Kobe Bryant, right? He not sitting up there talking about thank God, right? They were all Zen masters. Phil Jackson came in there and taught them how to meditate. They learned how to use their mind to create their reality, to see themselves as the greatest of whatever they were doing.
Yeah, Phil Jackson was a Zen Buddhist. He still is.
Yeah.
Them people don't play around. It was a decision that they made to be great. Like I shared that video with y'all about Mike Tomlin. I love sports and manifestation. I just love those stories.
I do too. I said I'm gonna get off my Brady hate because he don't play no more.
Because I'm not gonna get off of that because I still hate him so much.
I only hate it because I was like, it wasn't nothing that he ever personally did, but there's a reason why he won 7 Super Bowls.
Yes.
This dude had that right mind. He did, it's a reason why he guns and 3-peated twice. Yeah. Stop playing. Well, he didn't 3-peat.
Helped, but yes, that's true. It's true. I won't take that away from him, even though he is the worst person. I get it though. He had the mindset. I try not to look into him too much because I really don't like him, but I understand what you're saying. And I'm with you that it was a choice. It wasn't by happenstance. It wasn't some random blessing that God decided to bestow on him. Mm-hmm. You have to work for it. Just like, most of the other greats had to work for it really hard.
Yeah.
Not saying that hard work is what they have to do. I'm just saying it's a deliberate choice that they made to be great, and then therefore
it looked like hard work to us, but it was their passion, right? Exactly. To us, it's like you get them at 4:00 in the morning. Like, listen, when you listen to Kobe and you listen to Michael Jackson, and you hear their work schedule, right, and what they did on the off season and during the season, and how they were like, yeah, I get up this time in the morning, do this, eat, take a break, go back to it, right? They had a whole schedule and they did it every day.
Yep, Serena too.
Serena and the rapper say the Williams girls. What was the golf player? What's his name?
Tiger Woods.
Right?
Yeah.
They all had that mindset, right? That's why the Bible tells you get it in your mind first, and then the body must follow. Right. So when they had the mind that, yes, when you hear the Williams sisters talk, right, just go look at some of their past interviews, how they spoke of themselves and how some people was tripping on their responses about being great. And right, they didn't think small or small of themselves, right? They spoke very big of themselves, very confidently. Yeah. Like they knew that they were great. And so what? Their habits had to match it. They didn't get the habit to match the mind. The mind matched that. The habit didn't create them.
Yeah.
The mind did. Once they got it in mind, the habits had to reflect their mind. See, some people try to do the outer first, right? So until you get in consciousness that whether like you're trying to lose weight, right? And you're you got to get in consciousness that you're already that person. And you got to keep telling yourself, I'm this weight, I'm beautiful, I'm this, or whatever it is that you got to keep telling yourself. And then eventually the body will follow, whether whether you have the urge to go to be a gym rat, do Pilates, take up yoga, dance, cycle, walk more, whatever it is, change the way you eat, whatever it is that is designed for you to do, right? Because everybody ain't shedding pounds the same way. You may get the GLP-1. I don't know. You may take those shots, those Ozempic. You may be led to be, get the pills to help you not eat as, whatever it is. That's going to be a result of who you say you are. But if you do that before you change who you are, you'll do it and lose the weight and then put it back on and be twice as heavy.
Yep.
You see it all the time. You see people lose weight all the time and they're not able to keep it off. Why? Because they tried to change the outer without changing the inner.
There's someone that wrote on YouTube that says the brain is programmable and you are the programmer.
Yes.
Period.
You are the operant power. It does not operate itself. Gotta change the program. Gotta upload, download new software. Gotta rewire the hardwire. The hardware, the software, all of that. Right? You gotta change the mind. You gotta get it in consciousness. This is where the powerful awareness comes in. This is where it is so key to be aware of what you're being aware of. When you notice that you are shifting to the left or shifting to the right, all you have to do, see, this is what most people get caught up. They decide that they're going to do a thing, and then they notice that they're doing the opposite of it. And instead of just changing it, forgiving themselves, repenting, showing themselves grace and mercy, what they do, they beat themselves up. They not spiraling. Now they mad. Oh, I can't believe I did this. Why did I think that way? Why did I do this? Oh my goodness. It's never going to, they go down this. All you had to do was be aware that you were on the wrong track and get on the right one. There was no reason to shame yourself, guilt yourself, condemn yourself, judge yourself, operate in remorse and regret and all. That is all unnecessary. All you had to do was, oh, yeah, that's right. I don't do that no more. That's it. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't think that way anymore. That's it. But no.
This long drawn out process.
Yes.
Of understanding why. Because if you keep going down that road, you're gonna keep asking why, and there's no end to that. To the answer.
The why is because you used to think that way. It ain't that hard. Now you don't. The why is that's what you were programmed to think. Now you're changing the program. It ain't that hard. It's not that difficult. Is it not that you used to believe that? Now you don't. Now it's time to act like you don't. Now it's time to move as you believe this now. It ain't that difficult. You don't got to go back. When was the first time you did it? When was the first time it happened? Oh, when I was 5 or when I was 10 and this incident happened and I felt so alone. I felt neglected, or, they didn't include me, or this person didn't treat me right, or what? No.
What's that scripture that says, this is what's coming to mind for me, is when I thought when I was a child, I thought like a child, but when I became a man, I let go of my childish ways, or something like that. I think it's in Corinthians, maybe. But it goes into the whole...
It's in Proverbs.
Proverbs? Okay. So I was totally wrong. But yeah, that's what in my mind, that's what it's thinking. That's what it kind of reminds me.
Wait a minute. Well, when I was say that again, how did it go?
Yeah, I put away my childish ways. Something like when I...
when Paul was saying, no, that's Paul. That's Paul, Kevin. That is Corinthians. When I was a child, I thought as a child, I behaved as a child. But when I became an adult, I put away my childish things. Yep. Yeah.
That's what it kind of reminds me of just
yep, that's Paul. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I feel like it's kind of saying, like, yeah, that's what happened to me when I was a kid. Yeah, that's what I went through. At the time I didn't have any,
understanding. Yep.
Or understanding of what was going on or what was happening to me. And now I can choose differently. Now I'm an adult. I'm in charge.
Yep.
And I choose that I'm going to be doing I'm going to change things up around here. I'm going to do things a little bit differently than how I was doing it before. And I decided to let that go. I put my
It's kind of like, what's the point of growth if I'm going to keep reliving the thing that I say I'm growing from? Of course, I'm going to keep going through the same cycle. You keep putting yourself there.
That's why awareness is so key. Because I think a lot of people don't even be aware, and when they're finally aware of it, they have spiraled so far away from who they said they're the new version of them was. They don't even recognize it anymore. They forgot that they were supposed to be someone different because the awareness is not there, and you can't change what you don't know to change. So just be aware. And here's the thing. It's as simple as just deciding. It's so simple. It's as simple as just deciding that you already whole. Deciding that you already are the person you desire to be. And that's it. You don't have to imagine what it's going to be like to be that person. You don't have to write it out. You don't have to do anything but decide that you are. And then be it. Let it play out. Experience the dance. Go ahead, June.
Yeah, that's kind of like that's where the whole part of thinking for yourself come into play. People don't want to think for themselves because that's what they don't want to decide. They want to be told. And that's where people remain stuck at because you haven't made the choice that, I'm going to think for myself because you don't want to feel for yourself. You're afraid to feel. Once you get over that fear of whatever it is you're afraid to feel or for whatever reason you're afraid to feel, then you can actually say, once you learn to start making decisions, I'm growing. Then you can actually say you're growing because now you're making decisions for yourself because now you're not looking outside yourself no more. You actually understand your feelings, why you was afraid. Now you're not afraid. You growing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thing is, you're already there. Just stop telling yourself that you're not. You're already the being you want to be. You're not becoming. I am. I am is not becoming, will be one day. No, it is now. All is now. All is now. Keep saying I am blank, whatever that is, regardless if you have evidence of it. That's where your faith is. Why? Because you are your faith. You are the evidence. Your existence is enough. Your word is enough. That's all the evidence that you need. Because you can't see your word. And that is sufficient for thee because in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. And then the word becomes flesh. And then it becomes flesh. Then it becomes something you can detect with the five senses. But the word is invisible. You can't see the word.
Oh, and then what it say when you say, and it becomes revelation because he say, I am he who is, he who was, and he who is still to come, meaning I always am. I'm never going to leave. I am the beginning and the end. So it's like I don't have an ending. You can't trace my beginning. You can't trace my ending. I'm always going to be. I am he who is, he who was, and he who is still to come. That's revelation.
Woo! Clock that. T. That's it, y'all. And that's it. This comes to the end of our transmission.
Well, I'm glad I came back for the good parts and missed the crazy part.
I appreciate you all so much. Oh, we just had such a good time. Oh my goodness. I just love, I love that we can deconstruct and there's no anger there, right? Because, those other conversations used to get heated. Ooh, It's like, I remember when, and look at now. Woo. I've remembered who I am, and I remember I do not have to defend my faith. What am I defending? I just need to stand still and see the salvation, see the solution, because I am He. What did John send his disciples to Jesus? Are you the one to come, or should we look for another? What did you say? Oh, tell them that blessed are they who are not offended in me. Don't be offended. You better get with the program. You better remember who you is, who you are. Oh, and everyone eventually does come to remembrance, right? Because the script says it's not the will of the Father, which is awareness, consciousness, that any shall perish, but that all shall come to repentance. All will come to a change of mind. Why? Because it's not the will of the Father that any shall perish. So the will of the Father is always being done. If it's God's will, that means it must happen. Why? Because it's already done. Just in a state of amnesia. That's all. So don't forget to follow, share. Well, not share anymore, but don't forget to follow and subscribe. Go grab those books. If you want to support my endeavors, you can get all 6 books for $22, or you can purchase them separately, $5 each. I have 3 short stories about the manifestation power of the mind. They are geared towards children based off the script, Mark 11 and 24. And then I have 3 books about the transformation of the mind. I have the Daily Diamond Gems, the Recipe for Life, and the 30-Day Transformation. The 3 short stories is the Recipe for a Radiant Life, the Recipe for a Wonderful Life, and the Art of Revision. And the Art of Revision is really it's about a young boy wanting to be on the basketball team and didn't make it, and he revised it where he became the captain of the team. So that's a really good book. And the other 2 are about the Recipe for Life. And it's all about the Recipe for Life. It's all about the 4 steps to manifesting. The other 2 is more based with about making cake. So it has that type of flair. They're really short, but really they're tiny but mighty to get to the point. And they're based. The short stories are to help our children remember that the power is within them, and then they can create their reality as well. That's what they say, teach them while they're young. Train up a child, which is also talking about your mind, but we're going to make this literal, but it's talking about the mind. Train up a child in the way they should go, and when they are old, they will not depart from it. Train up the mind while it's young, so when it is old, it will not depart from the power of the I am. All right, so tomorrow is the final day for our book club. I don't know when we'll start it again. It'll probably be maybe end of summer, maybe around July. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But when we read a book, we like to marinate on it, meditate on it. We don't like going from book to book. We like to put a few months in between so that you can take what you've learned, what you've remembered, what you've gleaned, and apply it to your life so you can prove to yourself that imagining really does create reality. And so the book club tomorrow starts 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, and we're reading the last 4 chapters of The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. Come join us on Wednesdays at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, where we discuss manifestation. We talk about, whether you feel like you're having difficulties manifesting your desires, any success stories, your spiritual journey, your remembering of who you are. Come Wednesday and do that. And then, of course, Fridays, we deconstruct from Christianity, because we want you to remember that the Bible is not a book you have to throw away. That yes, it appears that it's talking about a God that's unjust, a God that's displeased, when actually it's talking about the mind that fell into duality and then arises to oneness. That's all that book is about. The fall of the mind into duality, and then it arises back to remembering who it is and the oneness of all things. Because there is only one Lord, one faith, one baptism, and one Father, one consciousness, one God. Not two, not 10,000. There's only one God, individualized in form. And the all make up the one. So thank you guys. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, TikTok. And catch you guys tomorrow. Have a great Friday. Bye-bye.